Welcome to Fright Club. The first rule of Fright Club is you do talk about Fright Club, based on true events. The mirror's truth. True, nervous, very, very dreadfully nervous I had been and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of sight acute. I observed what others could not observe. I perceived what others deemed impossible. And now I must tell you of the mirror, that accursed mirror which came to me through inheritance, and which has revealed to me truths so terrible that I dare not contemplate them, yet cannot cease from their contemplation. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I examined that which no mortal eye should examine. For it was not madness that led me to my discovery, but the most deliberate and methodical observation of phenomena, which lesser minds would dismiss as impossible. My Aunt Constance died in the autumn of that year. Died suddenly, as is the way with our family, of a malady which the physicians could neither name nor cure. She left to me her house upon Marlborough Street, a dwelling of some antiquity and considerable gloom, filled with such furnishings as befit a woman of her peculiar tastes and solitary disposition. Among these articles was a vanity mirror of unusual construction, not unusual in its materials, for it was but silver and glass wrought in the common manner, but unusual in its effect upon the beholder. I noticed it first upon the morning following my arrival at the house, when, having installed myself in what had been her chamber, I approached the mirror to perform my customary ablutions. As I raised my hand to smooth my hair, I observed, and here I must beg you to attend most carefully to my words, I observed that the reflection of my hand followed the motion of my actual hand by the space of perhaps a heartbeat. No more than that, a fraction of an instant, yet distinct enough to arrest my attention. At first, I attributed this phenomenon to some defect in my vision, brought on by the fatigue of travel and the melancholy of bereavement. I closed my eyes, counted to 10, and looked again. The delay persisted. I moved my other hand, then both hands in succession, then turned my head from side to side. In every instance, the reflection lagged behind the reality by that same infinitesimal yet unmistakable interval. Now you will say this was impossible, that mirrors reflect instantaneously, as all natural philosophy teaches us. And indeed, had I not observed it with my own eyes, I should have dismissed such a notion as the fancy of a disordered brain. But I am a man of scientific temperament, trained in the observation of natural phenomena, and I could not ignore what I had seen. I resolved to test the matter more rigorously. I procured a timepiece of the finest manufacture, and positioned myself before the mirror at precisely noon. For the space of 1 hour I performed various movements, raising and lowering my arms, tilting my head, opening and closing my mouth, while timing each action with mathematical precision. The delay remained constant, 1/2 a second, no more, no less. But as the days passed, I began to suspect that the delay was not constant after all. On the 3rd day of my residence, I timed the interval at 3/4 of a second. On the 4th day, a full second. By the end of the first week, the delay had increased to nearly 2 seconds, and I could perceive it clearly without the aid of instruments. It was then that I began to notice other peculiarities. My reflection, while delayed, seemed somehow more vivid than reality itself. The colors appeared more saturated, the details more sharp. Most disturbing of all, my reflected countenance bore an expression which I had not consciously assumed, a look of profound sorrow, as though the mirror self knew of griefs which the real self had forgotten. I confided these observations to my physician, Dr. Pemberton, a man of considerable learning, and my intimate friend since childhood. He listened with the gravity befitting a man of science, then examined both myself and the mirror with the thoroughest care. His conclusion was swift and certain. I suffered from nervous exhaustion brought on by grief, and the mirror showed nothing more remarkable than what any mirror shows, the immediate reflection of what stands before it. "See here, my dear fellow," said he, demonstrating before the glass. "Observe how my reflection moves in perfect synchrony with my person. There is no delay, no peculiarity whatever. Your mind, overwrought by recent events, has conjured phantoms where none exist." I watched his demonstration with growing amazement, for indeed his reflection moved with perfect simultaneity. Yet when I stepped before the mirror in his place, the delay was as pronounced as ever. Dr. Pemberton, observing my movements, declared them also to be in perfect synchrony with their reflection. He could not see what I saw. He could not perceive what had become to me as plain as the light of day. From that moment, I understood that I stood alone with this terrible knowledge. Whether through some peculiar sensitivity of my vision, or some unique property of the mirror itself when viewed by me alone, I had become privy to a phenomenon invisible to all other eyes. This realization, rather than bringing comfort, filled me with a species of dread which I cannot adequately describe. For if the mirror showed me truths hidden from others, what other truths might it reveal? I began to spend long hours before the glass, studying not merely the delay, but every aspect of my reflection. I noted how the mirror self aged. While I gazed upon a face which showed my 37 years, the reflection showed something subtly different. Lines more deeply etched, hair more thoroughly silvered, eyes bearing the weight of sorrows I could not name. The delay continued to increase. By the end of the second week, my reflection lagged nearly 5 seconds behind my movements. I would raise my hand and could count 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, before seeing the reflected hand rise. During those seconds, the mirror showed not the motion I was making, but the motion I had made, a record, as it were, of my immediate past. But stranger still was what occurred during the interval itself, for in those seconds when my reflection had not yet begun to move, I could observe it clearly as a thing independent of my will, and what I observed filled me with an ever-growing horror. The reflection was aging, not gradually, not imperceptibly, but with a dreadful acceleration that became more apparent with each passing day. While I remained 37, the face in the mirror showed 38, then 39, then 40. The changes were subtle, but unmistakable to one who studied them with such obsessive attention as I did. A new line here, a deeper furrow there, a graying of the temples that had not been gray the day before. I began to document these changes with the precision of a natural philosopher. I sketched my reflection daily, noting each new mark of age, each subtle alteration of feature. The evidence was incontrovertible. While my physical self remained constant, my reflected self aged at a rate perhaps 10 times normal. It was during the 3rd week that the reflection began to move independently. I stood before the mirror in perfect stillness, studying the phenomenon with that careful attention which had become my constant practice. The delay had now increased to nearly 10 seconds, and during this interval, I observed my reflection engaged in activities I had not performed. I watched, transfixed, as my mirror self raised its hand to its face in a gesture of despair, a gesture I had not made, had not contemplated making, yet which seemed somehow familiar. The next day, the independent movements became more pronounced. While I stood motionless, my reflection paced back and forth within the confines of the mirror's frame. While I gazed straight ahead, my reflection turned its head to look at things I could not see. While I remained silent, my reflection's lips moved as though in earnest conversation with some invisible companion. I attempted to speak to it, to address this strange second self which had taken residence in the glass. I asked it questions, begged it for explanations, demanded to know the meaning of its peculiar behavior. But though its lips moved constantly, I could hear no words. It might have been speaking or weeping or singing. I could not tell. It was as though the mirror had captured my image, but not my voice, my form, but not my sound. The aging continued at its relentless pace. By the 4th week, my reflection appeared to be 50 years of age or more, while I remained as I had always been. The face in the mirror bore lines of such suffering, such profound anguish, that I could barely stand to look upon it. Yet I could not look away. Some terrible fascination compelled me to observe every detail of this accelerated decay, this preview of mortality that played out before my eyes. It was then that I began to hear the weeping. At first, I thought it came from elsewhere in the house, perhaps from some neighbor's dwelling, or from the street below. But as I listened more carefully, I realized the sound emanated from the mirror itself. Soft sobs, barely audible, seemed to drift from the glass like whispers from another world. When I pressed my ear against the mirror's surface, the weeping became clearer, more distinct. It was a woman's voice, young and filled with inconsolable grief. But whose voice? And why should it come from a mirror which showed only my own reflection? I began to research the history of the mirror, thinking perhaps to discover some tragedy associated with it, some previous owner whose sorrow had somehow become embedded in the glass. My aunt's papers yielded little information, only a bill of sale indicating she had purchased it some 20 years prior from an estate sale in Salem. The previous owner was listed as one Margaret Whitmore, deceased, with no further details provided. I traveled to Salem and sought out the records of Miss Whitmore's estate. What I discovered there filled me with a dread so profound that I nearly abandoned my investigation altogether. For Margaret, Whitmore had not died alone. The records showed that she had perished in a fire along with her infant sister, whom she had been raising since their parents' death. The child's name was listed as Constance Whitmore, my aunt's given name. The coincidence seemed too remarkable to dismiss. Yet what could it mean? Had my aunt somehow been connected to this family? Was there some relationship I had not known of? I examined birth records, death certificates, genealogical documents of every description, but could find no link between my aunt and the Whitmores beyond the shared Christian name. It was upon my return to Marlborough Street that I made the discovery which changed everything. As I approached the mirror in my customary manner, I noticed that the delay had increased to nearly 30 seconds. For half a minute after I raised my hand, my reflection remained motionless. During this interval, I studied the aged face in the glass with my usual attention, noting new details that had appeared since my absence. And then, I saw something that made my blood freeze in my veins. For just a moment, no more than the space of a heartbeat, I glimpsed another face in the mirror. Not my own reflection, aged and sorrowful though it was, but the face of a young woman. She appeared to be looking directly at me with eyes full of desperate pleading, her mouth moving, as though she sought to speak some urgent message. I cried out in my astonishment and stepped back from the glass. When I looked again, only my own reflection stared back at me, delayed as always, but showing no trace of the female visage I had momentarily perceived. Yet I knew I had not imagined it. The face had been as clear and distinct as my own. Young, beautiful, framed by dark hair, with features that seemed somehow familiar, though I was certain I had never seen them before. And in her eyes had been such anguish, such desperate entreaty, that the memory of it haunted me for days afterward. I resolved to watch the mirror more carefully, to discover whether this apparition would appear again. For hours each day I stood before the glass, studying my reflection with the most minute attention. The delay continued to increase. 40 seconds, 50, a full minute. During these intervals, my aged reflection stood perfectly still, while my younger self moved about before the mirror. And gradually, I began to see her more frequently. At first, she appeared only in the briefest glimpses, a flash of her face replacing my reflection for an instant, a hint of her form standing beside my own. But as the delay grew longer, her appearances became more sustained. I could observe her for several seconds at a time, watching as she moved within the mirror's confines, her lips forming words I could not hear, her hands reaching toward the glass as though she sought to break through from whatever realm contained her. Her face bore an expression of the most desperate urgency. She seemed to be trying to tell me something of vital importance, some message which she was unable to communicate across the barrier that separated us. I spoke to her, pressed my hands against the glass, begged her to somehow make herself understood. But though she appeared to hear me, her eyes would follow my movements, her expression would change in response to my words. She remained as silent as she was intangible. The weeping I had heard now made terrible sense. It was her voice that drifted from the mirror, her sobs that echoed through the glass during the long hours of the night. She was trapped there, imprisoned within the silvered surface, able to appear only during those moments when my reflection was delayed, when some gap existed between reality and its representation. But who was she? And why did her face seem so hauntingly familiar? It was while studying an old photograph of my family that I found the answer, an answer so terrible that I wish I had never sought it, so monstrous that it has destroyed any peace I might have known in this life. The photograph was taken when I was perhaps 7 years of age. It showed myself, my parents, and my infant sister gathered in the parlor of our childhood home. My sister was but 2 years old in the image, too young to sit still for the photographer's lengthy exposure. She appeared as little more than a blur of white christening gown and dark hair. But as I studied the photograph with a magnifying glass, seeking to make out her features more clearly, I realized with dawning horror that I knew that face. Aged some 20 years, it was the same visage that appeared to me in the mirror. The same dark eyes, the same delicate features, the same expression of desperate pleading. My sister Constance, dead these 30 years. The memories came flooding back then, memories I had buried so deeply that I had convinced myself they were merely nightmares, products of a child's fevered imagination. But they were real. Dear God, they were all real. I remembered the day she died, I remembered how I had been jealous of the attention she received, how I had resented her constant crying, her demands upon our mother's time. I remembered the afternoon when our parents had gone to town, leaving me to watch over her as she slept in her cradle. I remembered the pillow. Even now, I cannot bring myself to describe in detail what transpired that afternoon. Suffice it to say that when our parents returned, they found little Constance still and silent in her bed, victim, they believed, of one of those sudden tragedies that sometimes befall infants without cause or warning. The physician spoke of weak lungs, of a heart that had simply stopped beating. No one suspected the truth. I was but 7 years old. Who would imagine such wickedness in one so young? But let me try to convey to you the terrible progression of that day, for it is only in the fullest confession that I can hope to purge my soul of its burden. The morning had begun innocently enough. Our parents, having received word that my father's business partner had taken gravely ill in the neighboring town, prepared to depart with all haste. My mother was reluctant to leave us. She had never before entrusted the care of infant Constance to anyone save herself or our faithful nurse, Mrs. Whitby, who had unfortunately taken ill herself some days prior. "Henry is a responsible boy," my father assured her, "and we shall return before nightfall. Little Constance will sleep the greater part of the day, and Henry has but to watch over her cradle and summon the neighbors should any difficulty arise." How those words echo in my memory now. How they ring with the terrible irony of misplaced trust. For I was indeed a responsible boy in all matters save one. I could not master the jealousy that consumed me whenever I looked upon my sister's peaceful face. From the moment of her birth, Constance had been the center of our household's attention. Where once I had been the sole recipient of my mother's kisses and my father's proud glances, I now found myself relegated to the periphery, a forgotten satellite orbiting the bright star of my sister's existence. When she cried, all other activity ceased until her needs were met. When she slept, the entire house moved on tiptoe lest she be disturbed. When she smiled, oh, those rare and precious smiles, both parents would summon me to witness the miracle, as though her innocent expressions were somehow more remarkable than any achievement of my own. "See how she looks at you, Henry," my mother would coo. "See how she loves her big brother." But I felt no love from those dark eyes, only the weight of an obligation I had never sought. The burden of a responsibility I resented with every fiber of my 7-year-old being. On that fateful afternoon, after our parents' carriage had disappeared down the lane, I found myself alone with Constance for the first time in my life. She lay sleeping in her cradle beside the parlor window, her tiny chest rising and falling with perfect regularity, her rosebud lips parted slightly, in the innocence of slumber. For perhaps an hour I was content to sit nearby and read from my primer. The house was wonderfully quiet without the constant bustle of adult attention focused upon my sister. I imagined, for those brief moments, what life might be like if I were once again the only child, if all the love and care that now flowed toward Constance could return to me. It was then that she began to cry. The sound started as a soft whimpering, but quickly escalated to the full-throated wailing that had become the soundtrack of our daily existence. I approached her cradle, hoping that my presence might soothe her, but her cries only intensified. I tried the remedies I had observed my mother employ, rocking the cradle gently, making soft, shushing sounds, offering my finger for her to grasp. Nothing availed. The crying continued for what seemed like hours, though it could not have been more than minutes. The sound filled the house, penetrated every corner, seemed to resonate in my very bones, and with each wail, my resentment grew. Here, even in our parents' absence, Constance commanded the attention of the household. Even alone, she would not grant me a moment's peace. "Be quiet," I whispered at first, then louder. "Be quiet, Constance." But she would not be quiet. If anything, my raised voice seemed to increase her distress. Her face grew red with the effort of her crying. Her tiny fists waved in the air as though she were fighting some invisible enemy. It was then that I noticed the pillow. It lay on the nearby settee where my mother often sat to nurse Constance, a small, soft cushion of blue silk that had been my sister's constant companion since birth. My mother used it to support her arm during feeding, and Constance had shown a particular fondness for its smooth texture. I picked up the pillow, intending at first merely to place it where Constance might touch it, hoping its familiar presence would calm her. But as I held it above her cradle, another thought entered my mind. A thought so terrible that even now, 30 years later, I can barely bring myself to acknowledge it. What if the crying stopped forever? What if the source of all my jealousy, all my resentment, all my displaced anger were simply gone? The thought was there and gone in an instant. But it left behind a seed of possibility that began immediately to germinate. I looked down at Constance's red, contorted face, listened to her endless wailing, and felt something cold and final settle in my chest. I could make it stop. The pillow was soft, small enough to cover her entirely. If I pressed it down gently, just for a moment, just until the crying ceased, surely no harm would come of it. Infants slept deeply. Perhaps she would simply fall back into slumber, and I would have the quiet I so desperately craved. Even as these thoughts formed, some deeper part of my mind recoiled in horror. This was my sister, my flesh and blood, an innocent child who had done nothing wrong save exist. But the rational voice was drowned out by the endless crying, by months of accumulated resentment, by the simple, terrible logic of a 7-year-old boy who wanted only to be the center of his world once more. I lowered the pillow. At first, I told myself I was merely trying to muffle the sound, to create a barrier between Constance's cries and my overwhelmed senses. But as the silk pressed against her face, as her struggles grew weaker, as the crying finally, blessedly stopped, I knew what I was doing. I knew, and I did not stop. The silence, when it came, was absolute. For the first time in months, the house was truly quiet. No crying, no frantic parental voices, no hurried footsteps on the stairs. Just peace. Just the sweet, perfect silence I had craved for so long. It was only when I lifted the pillow and saw Constance's still gray face that the full horror of my actions crashed over me. Her dark eyes, which had seemed to judge me so severely in life, now stared at nothing with the glassy fixity of death. Her tiny chest, which had risen and fallen with such persistent regularity, was motionless. I had killed her. The realization struck me with such force that I staggered backward, nearly falling into the cold fireplace. My 7-year-old mind struggled to comprehend what I had done, to process the magnitude of my crime. This was not a broken toy that could be mended, not a torn book that could be repaired. This was death, final, irrevocable, eternal. I remember standing there for an infinite moment, the pillow still clutched in my trembling hands, staring at the evidence of my monstrous act. Then, with the strange clarity that sometimes accompanies extreme shock, I began to plan. I replaced the pillow on the settee exactly as it had been. I arranged Constance in her cradle to appear naturally positioned, as though she had simply fallen asleep. I smoothed her christening gown and folded her hands across her chest in an attitude of peaceful repose. To any observer, she would appear to have died quietly in her sleep, a victim of infant mortality, tragic but not uncommon. Then I sat down with my primer and waited for our parents to return. They found me there some hours later, diligently studying my lessons beside Constance's silent cradle. My mother approached first, smiling at the peaceful scene, reaching down to check on her sleeping daughter. Her scream, when it came, seemed to tear through the very fabric of reality. What followed was a chaos of grief, disbelief, and frantic medical consultation. Dr. Morrison was summoned from his dinner to examine the body. He could find no obvious cause of death, no sign of violence or distress. "These things happen," he told my weeping parents with the practiced gravity of one who had delivered such news many times before. "Infants are fragile creatures. Sometimes the heart simply stops beating, without warning or cause. There is nothing you could have done." My parents clung to his words as drowning souls cling to driftwood. They blamed themselves, of course, wondered if they should not have left us alone, questioned whether some sign of illness had escaped their notice. But they never suspected their surviving child, their 7-year-old son who sat pale and silent in the corner, apparently too young to fully comprehend the tragedy that had befallen our family. I became, in their eyes, not a murderer, but a secondary victim, a child who had lost his beloved sister, who would need extra love and attention to help him through his grief. The irony was unbearable. In seeking to reclaim my parents' undivided affection, I had achieved exactly that, but at a price so terrible that I could never truly enjoy the victory. The funeral was held 3 days later. I remember little of the service itself, save for the sight of that impossibly small coffin and the sound of my mother's broken weeping. But I remember with perfect clarity the moment when they lowered Constance into the ground. As the first shovelful of earth struck the wooden lid, I felt something break inside my chest. Not grief, exactly, but the final severing of whatever connection had existed between my innocent past and my guilty present. I was no longer merely Henry, the eldest child of loving parents. I was Henry the murderer, Henry the deceiver, Henry who carried the weight of an unspeakable secret that would poison every moment of his existence from that day forward. In the weeks that followed, I tried to return to my normal life. I attended my lessons, played with my toys, accepted the gentle ministrations of my grief-stricken parents. But nothing was the same. Every kindness they showed me felt like a dagger of guilt. Every mention of Constance's name made me flinch, as though I had been struck. Every night brought dreams of that small, still face and those accusing, sightless eyes. It was during this period that I wrote the letter I had forgotten, until finding it hidden in the mirror's frame. I remember composing it by candlelight in my room, my 7-year-old hand struggling to form the words that might somehow ease the terrible pressure in my chest. I had thought that by confessing my crime to paper, by acknowledging what I had done, I might find some measure of peace. But peace did not come. Instead, as I finished writing, I was overwhelmed by a new terror, the fear that someone might discover my confession. I could not bear the thought of my parents reading those words, of seeing the horror and revulsion that would surely fill their eyes. Better to carry the secret alone than to destroy what remained of their love for me. I hid the letter in what I believed was the most secure place I could find, inside the wooden frame of my mother's hand mirror, in a small gap between the backing and the decorative molding. I told myself that someday, when I was older and braver, I would retrieve it and perhaps find the courage to confess my crime properly. But as the years passed, the letter became as buried in my mind as Constance was buried in the churchyard. By the time I reached adulthood, I had almost convinced myself that the memories were false, products of childhood imagination rather than actual events. The human mind, I discovered, has a remarkable capacity for self-deception when the truth becomes too painful to bear. I constructed an elaborate fiction in which Constance had indeed died of natural causes, in which my guilt was merely the result of typical sibling rivalry magnified by a child's inability to understand death. I married, established myself in business, lived what appeared to be a normal and productive life. If I sometimes woke in the night with the echo of infant cries in my ears, if I sometimes found myself unable to look at children of a certain age, if I sometimes felt the weight of invisible eyes upon me, well, these were merely the eccentricities of a sensitive nature, nothing more. My wife, dear Sarah, noticed these peculiarities, but attributed them to the natural melancholy of a man who had lost his only sibling in childhood. She was infinitely patient with my strange moods, my tendency to avoid family gatherings where young children were present, my inexplicable distress when she spoke of her desire for children of our own. "When we have our own little ones," she would say, stroking my hand with such tenderness, "perhaps it will heal that old wound in your heart. Perhaps you will find peace at last." But I knew there could be no peace for me in parenthood. How could I hold an innocent child? How could I look into trusting infant eyes, knowing what I was capable of? The very thought filled me with such horror that I began to make excuses, to delay, to find reasons why we should wait before starting our family. Sarah's confusion gradually turned to hurt, her hurt to suspicion, her suspicion to resentment. She began to wonder if perhaps I did not love her as I claimed, if perhaps I had married her under false pretenses. Our arguments grew more frequent and more bitter, until finally she could bear the uncertainty no longer. "Tell me the truth, Henry," she demanded one evening, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "If you do not want children, if you cannot love me properly, then at least have the decency to say so. Do not leave me guessing at the nature of my own husband's heart." How I longed to tell her everything. How I ached to unburden myself of the terrible secret that stood between us like an invisible wall. But the words would not come. 30 years of silence had made confession impossible. Instead, I mumbled something about financial concerns, about wanting to establish ourselves more securely before taking on the responsibilities of parenthood. She saw through my deception immediately. "Money," she said with a bitter laugh. "Always money with you, Henry. Never the truth. Never what really troubles you." That night, she moved into the guest chamber, and though we continued to live under the same roof, our marriage was effectively over. Within 6 months, she had returned to her father's house, taking with her only her personal belongings, and a letter explaining that she could no longer bear to live with a man who would not trust her with the contents of his own heart. I made no effort to stop her. How could I? To win her back would have required the very confession I was incapable of making, and so I found myself alone once more, just as I had been alone with my secret for all those years. It was perhaps a year after Sarah's departure that I received word of my Aunt Constance's death. The news came in a brief letter from her solicitor, informing me that I had been named as her sole heir. The inheritance included her house on Marlborough Street, along with all its contents, and a modest sum of money that would allow me to live comfortably, without the necessity of regular employment. I had not seen my aunt in many years. She had been something of a recluse in her later life, rarely venturing out of her house and receiving few visitors. But we had maintained a sporadic correspondence, and I knew that she had never married, had no children of her own. Her decision to leave everything to me was not entirely unexpected, though I was surprised by the extent of her property. The journey to inspect my inheritance filled me with a peculiar mixture of melancholy and anticipation. As the carriage wound through the familiar streets of my childhood, I found myself remembering fragments of visits to Aunt Constance's house, dim recollections of a stern woman in black who smelled of lavender and spoke in whispers, as though afraid of disturbing some invisible presence that shared her dwelling. She had been my mother's elder sister, born some 15 years before my mother, and never quite recovered, it seemed, from the shock of suddenly finding herself responsible for a much younger sibling when their parents died in a railway accident. Perhaps this explained her particular fondness for me, or what I had interpreted as fondness in my youth. Looking back now, I wonder if she had not seen in my relationship with Constance some echo of her own burden, some reflection of a responsibility she had never wanted, but had been forced to accept. The house itself stood at the end of Marlborough Street, like a monument to Victorian gloom. 3 stories of dark brick rose from a small, neglected garden, its windows uniformly shrouded with heavy curtains that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the wan autumn sunlight. The very architecture appeared to lean inward upon itself, as though the structure sought to minimize its contact with the outside world. As I approached the front door, key in hand, I was struck by the absolute silence that surrounded the property. No children played in the nearby gardens, no carriages passed along the street, no servants bustled about their duties. It was as though the house existed in a pocket of stillness, cut off from the ordinary rhythms of life that animated the rest of the city. The interior proved even more remarkable than the exterior had suggested. Upon crossing the threshold, I found myself in a world that seemed frozen in time, not merely preserved, but actively suspended, as though the very air had been held motionless for decades. Dust motes hung like tiny suspended stars in the shafts of light that penetrated the drawn curtains, and my footsteps echoed with a hollow resonance that spoke of rooms long unoccupied by human warmth. But it was not the silence or the stillness that first arrested my attention. It was the mirrors. They were everywhere, as I have mentioned, but the true extent of my aunt's obsession only became apparent as I moved from room to room. In the parlor alone, I counted no fewer than 17 reflecting surfaces. Hand mirrors scattered across tables and mantels, a pier glass that stretched from floor to ceiling. Smaller looking glasses mounted at odd angles along the walls, and even a collection of polished silver serving pieces arranged to catch and reflect light from every possible direction. The dining room was similarly appointed, with mirrors placed so that anyone seated at the table would be confronted by multiple versions of themselves from every angle. The effect was deeply unsettling. To sit in such a room would be to dine in the company of infinite reflections, a solitary meal transformed into a gathering of spectral doubles. But it was in my aunt's bedroom that the true magnitude of her peculiar passion became apparent. Here, mirrors covered not merely the walls, but portions of the ceiling as well, creating a disorienting maze of reflections that seemed to extend infinitely in all directions. Standing in the center of the room was like existing at the heart of a kaleidoscope, surrounded by fragmentary images that shifted and multiplied with every movement. I spent the better part of that first day cataloging the mirrors, attempting to understand what could have driven my aunt to surround herself with such a multitude of reflecting surfaces. Some appeared to be valuable antiques, ornately framed pieces that must have cost considerable sums. Others were simple hand mirrors of the sort any lady might keep on her dressing table. Still, others seemed to have been chosen purely for their reflective properties, with little regard for their aesthetic value. Among this bewildering collection, the vanity mirror that would prove to be my undoing seemed almost unremarkable. It sat upon a small table near the window in what had been my aunt's bedroom, its silver surface slightly tarnished with age, its wooden frame carved in the elaborate style of the previous century. Only later would I discover the bill of sale among my aunt's papers, revealing its origins in the Whitmore estate and its connection to a tragedy that mirrored my own. On that first evening in the house, however, I noticed nothing unusual about the mirror save its excellent preservation. When I glanced into it while arranging my belongings, it showed me exactly what I expected to see. My own face, perhaps a bit more haggard than I cared to admit, bearing the lines that 30 years of hidden guilt had etched into my features. I slept poorly that first night, disturbed by the strange acoustics of the house and the oppressive weight of so many reflective surfaces surrounding me. Every creak of the settling timbers seemed amplified, every whisper of wind through the eaves transformed into something that sounded almost like human voices. I found myself starting awake repeatedly, convinced that I had heard footsteps in the hallway or the soft closing of a door. But it was not until the second morning that I first noticed the delay. I had risen early, intending to continue my exploration of my aunt's effects, and had approached the vanity mirror to perform my customary morning ablutions. As I raised my hand to smooth my hair, a gesture I had performed countless thousands of times before countless mirrors, I observed something that seemed to violate the very laws of natural philosophy. My reflection moved. Not immediately, not in perfect synchrony with my own motion, but a fraction of a second later, as though the image in the glass required a moment to catch up with the reality it purported to represent. The delay was so brief that I might have dismissed it as a trick of tired eyes or inadequate lighting, but something in the quality of that delayed movement, the way it seemed almost deliberate, almost conscious, arrested my attention completely. I lowered my hand and raised it again, watching with the focused intensity of a natural philosopher observing a new phenomenon. Again, the reflection lagged behind the reality by that same infinitesimal interval. I moved my other hand, turned my head, blinked my eyes. In every case, the mirror showed these actions a heartbeat after I performed them. My first thought was that some defect in the glass itself might account for the phenomenon. I examined the mirror's surface minutely, looking for cracks or irregularities that might cause such an effect. The silver was somewhat tarnished, true, but no more so than one might expect in a mirror of its apparent age. The glass itself seemed perfectly smooth and unblemished. I tested other mirrors in the house, moving from room to room with scientific thoroughness, but all showed my reflection with perfect simultaneity. Only the vanity mirror in my aunt's bedroom exhibited this strange temporal displacement, this curious lag between action and representation. Over the following days, I found myself returning again and again to that mirror, drawn by a fascination that I could not entirely explain. I began to time the delay with my pocket watch, noting with growing unease that the interval seemed to be increasing. What had begun as a barely perceptible lag of perhaps half a second gradually extended to 3/4 of a second, then to a full second, then longer still. By the end of my first week in the house, the delay had grown so pronounced that I could perform an entire gesture, raising my hand, touching my face, even taking a step backward, before seeing the corresponding motion begin in the mirror. It was as though the reflection belonged to some parallel version of myself, one that existed a few moments in the past and was forever trying to catch up with the present. But even more disturbing than the increasing delay was the growing conviction that my reflection was not merely delayed, but different. The face that looked back at me from the glass bore lines that I did not remember acquiring, showed a weariness that seemed deeper than my own. When I smiled, the reflection's smile appeared forced, almost pained. When I frowned, the reflected frown seemed to carry a weight of sorrow that I had not consciously felt. It was as though the mirror showed not the man I was, but the man I would become. Or perhaps the man I truly was, beneath the carefully constructed facade I presented to the world. I began keeping detailed records of these observations, approaching the phenomenon with the systematic methodology that my scientific training had taught me. Each morning and evening, I would stand before the mirror and note the duration of the delay, the quality of the reflection, any unusual characteristics that might provide clues to the underlying cause. What emerged from these careful observations was a pattern both fascinating and terrifying. The delays were longest during the hours of darkness, shortest in the bright light of midday. They intensified during periods of emotional stress, after reading Sarah's final letter, for instance, or when handling some memento of my childhood that stirred unwelcome memories. Most disturbing of all, the reflection seemed to age at a rate far exceeding my own physical aging, showing new lines and gray hairs that had no counterpart in my actual appearance. It was during the 3rd week of my residence that I first heard the weeping. The sound came in the deep hours of the night, when the house was at its most silent and the darkness most complete. At first, I attributed it to the wind moving through the eaves, or perhaps some small animal that had found its way into the walls. But as I listened more carefully, I realized that the sound was unmistakably human, the soft, heartbroken sobbing of someone in the depths of despair. I searched the house from attic to cellar, but could find no source for the weeping. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, as though the very walls themselves were mourning some ancient grief. But whenever I approached the vanity mirror, the sound grew clearer, more distinct, until I could make out individual sobs and even, occasionally, what sounded like whispered words. The voice was that of a young woman, filled with such profound sadness that it pierced me to the heart. Yet there was something familiar about it, something that stirred memories I could not quite bring into focus. I would press my ear against the mirror's surface, straining to catch the words, but they remained maddeningly unclear, fragments of meaning that dissolved even as I grasped for them. It was then that I began to research the mirror's history in earnest. convinced that some tragedy associated with the object itself might explain the phenomena I was experiencing. My aunt's papers, while voluminous, yielded little information about the mirror's provenance. Only the bill of sale from the Whitmore estate in Salem, dated some 20 years prior. The name Whitmore seemed familiar, though I could not immediately place it. It was only when I noticed that the deceased owner was listed as Margaret Whitmore, and that she had died along with her infant sister, Constance, that the significance of the coincidence struck me. My aunt, also named Constance, had purchased a mirror from an estate where a child bearing her name had died under mysterious circumstances. The implications were too disturbing to ignore. I resolved to travel to Salem and investigate the matter more thoroughly, hoping that knowledge of the mirror's history might provide some explanation for its strange behavior. The journey to Salem took the better part of a day, and I spent the time reviewing what little I knew of the Whitmore case. The records I had found mentioned a fire, but provided few details about the circumstances of the deaths. Margaret Whitmore had been caring for her infant sister when the tragedy occurred, and both had perished in the blaze. But as I delved deeper into the public records in Salem, a more complex and troubling picture began to emerge. The fire, it seemed, had been confined to a single room of the Whitmore house, the nursery where little Constance had been sleeping. Margaret had been found in the same room, overcome by smoke, but the rest of the house had been largely undamaged. More troubling still were the whispered suspicions recorded in contemporary newspaper accounts. Some neighbors had noted that Margaret seemed strangely composed in the immediate aftermath of the fire, showing little of the hysterical grief one might expect from someone who had just lost her beloved sister. Others mentioned that she had been seen purchasing lamp oil earlier that day, despite the fact that the house was equipped with gas lighting throughout. The official cause of the fire was listed as an overturned lamp, but reading between the lines of the various accounts, I began to suspect that Margaret Whitmore had deliberately set the blaze that killed her sister. The parallels to my own crime were too exact to be coincidental. Two elder siblings, both caring for infant sisters named Constance, both driven by jealousy to commit acts of unthinkable violence. But Margaret's story had ended differently than my own. According to the records, she had survived the fire, but had never recovered from what the physicians termed nervous exhaustion. She had become increasingly reclusive, refusing to see visitors, and spending long hours staring into the mirror that had belonged to her sister. Neighbors reported hearing strange sounds from the house, weeping, they said, and sometimes what sounded like conversations between Margaret and some invisible companion. The end had come 3 years after the fire. Margaret was found dead in her bedroom, her wrists slashed, her body positioned so that she faced the mirror even in death. Her final letter, addressed to no one, contained a full confession of her crime and a plea for forgiveness from the sister she had murdered. I read this account with growing horror, seeing in Margaret's fate a preview of my own possible future. Here was someone who had committed the same crime I had committed, who had carried the same burden of guilt, who had been haunted by the same spectral visitations. The mirror had revealed her secret just as it was now revealing mine. But there was something else in the records, something that filled me with an even deeper dread. According to the inventory of Margaret's estate, the mirror had been purchased new for the nursery, shortly after little Constance's birth. It had no previous history of supernatural phenomena, no connection to any other tragedy or crime. The mirror, it seemed, was not inherently haunted. Rather, it served as a focal point for guilt so profound that it had taken on a life of its own, a lens that concentrated and amplified the self-hatred of those who looked into it. Margaret had imbued it with her own tortured psyche, and now it was doing the same to me. I returned to Marlborough Street in a state of profound agitation, my mind reeling with the implications of what I had discovered. The mirror was not showing me supernatural visions. It was showing me the truth about myself, the reality I had spent 30 years trying to deny. The aging reflection was the man I should have been, marked by the weight of acknowledged guilt. The delays were manifestations of my fractured relationship with reality, the gap between the persona I had constructed and the murderer I truly was. And the weeping voice was my own conscience, given form and substance by 30 years of suppressed remorse. But understanding the phenomenon did not diminish its power over me. If anything, the knowledge that the mirror showed only what already existed within my own mind made its revelations more terrible, not less. I was not being haunted by some external spirit. I was being consumed by the monster I had always carried within myself. As the days passed, the mirror's effects continued to intensify. The delays grew longer, sometimes extending to minutes at a time, during which I could observe my reflection engaged in activities I had not performed. I watched, transfixed, as my mirror self wept, as it pressed its hands against the glass in gestures of desperate entreaty, as it aged before my eyes into a figure of such profound anguish that I could barely stand to look upon it. The weeping, too, became more frequent and more distinct. I could make out words now, fragments of a conversation that seemed to span decades. Sometimes it was the voice of a child, calling for her mother with heartbreaking desperation. Sometimes it was my own voice, younger and filled with terror, begging forgiveness for sins I could barely comprehend. And sometimes, most disturbing of all, it was the voice of the man I had become, confessing over and over to crimes that had shaped every moment of my existence since that terrible afternoon 30 years ago. It was during one of these extended episodes that I first saw her face clearly. I had been standing before the mirror for perhaps an hour, documenting the latest manifestations in my journal, when the reflection suddenly changed. Instead of my own aged and guilty visage, I saw the face of a young woman, beautiful, innocent, framed by dark hair and marked by eyes that held not love, but terrible accusation. She looked directly at me through the glass, her mouth opening in what I realized with dawning horror was a scream, a silent, eternal scream of rage and betrayal. Her small hands pressed against the mirror's surface, not in greeting, but in desperate attempt to break through, to reach me, to drag me into whatever realm of torment she now inhabited. For I knew that face. Despite the impossibility of it, despite the 30 years that had passed since I had last seen those features, I knew beyond any doubt that I had looked upon the face of my sister Constance, not aged to womanhood as I had first believed, but frozen forever in the moment of her death, her infant features somehow mature enough to show the full weight of understanding, of knowledge, of absolute and eternal hatred. The recognition brought with it not the flood of guilty memories I had expected, but something far worse, the realization that she had been watching me all along. Every moment of my adult life, every false smile, every lie, every night I had slept peacefully while she lay cold in the ground, she had witnessed it all. She had seen me marry Sarah, had watched me destroy that marriage rather than confess my crime, had observed 30 years of cowardice and self-deception, and now she had found a way to reach me. The pointing gesture began then, that urgent, insistent movement that would drive me to the edge of madness. But she was not pointing towards some hidden evidence of my crime. She was pointing at me, accusing, condemning, demanding justice that would never come. Night after night she appeared, her silent screams growing more violent, her accusatory finger never wavering. I searched the room frantically, tearing apart furniture, clawing at walls, convinced that she was directing me toward some means of atonement. But there was nothing but her endless, merciless judgment. I found the letter, yes, that childish confession hidden in the mirror's frame. But when I read it, expecting some measure of relief, I found only further condemnation. The words seemed to writhe on the page like living things, rearranging themselves into new accusations, new evidence of my guilt. "I am sorry," the letter had said in my 7-year-old hand. But now the words read differently. "I am not sorry. I would do it again. I wanted her dead. I wanted them all dead. The handwriting was mine. Yet I had no memory of forming these new words, these terrible truths that my child self had somehow known and hidden even from me. The mirror's delays grew longer, extending now to hours at a time. I would stand before it in the morning and find myself still there when darkness fell, watching Constance's ever more violent pantomimes of rage and revenge. She showed me my crime over and over, but not as the spontaneous act of a jealous child I had convinced myself it was. She showed me planning it, waiting for our parents to leave, testing the pillow's weight in my small hands, practicing the motion. She showed me smiling as I pressed it down, delighting in her struggles, taking pleasure in the growing weakness of her resistance. These were not memories, but revelations, truths about myself that I had buried so deeply I had never known they existed. I had not killed Constance in a moment of childish impulse. I had murdered her with deliberate, calculated malice, and then spent 30 years constructing elaborate lies to hide the monster I had always been. The weeping I heard now was not hers but mine, the sound of a man finally confronting the true depth of his own evil. But even this recognition brought no release, no catharsis, no peace. For Constance was not interested in my remorse. She wanted something far simpler and far more terrible. She wanted me to join her. The mirror began to show me visions of my own death, not the peaceful passing I had sometimes imagined, but violent, agonizing ends that matched the suffering I had inflicted upon her. I saw myself with the pillow pressed against my own face, felt the sensation of suffocating, as she had suffocated. I saw my corpse arranged in the same peaceful pose I had given her, the same false tranquility I had used to deceive our parents, and through it all, Constance watched with those knowing, hateful eyes, no longer the innocent child I had murdered, but something far more terrible, justice itself, patient and implacable, and absolutely without mercy. I began to avoid the mirror, covering it with heavy cloth, barricading myself in other rooms. But I could hear her calling to me through the walls, through the floors, through the very foundations of the house. Her voice was everywhere now, no longer weeping but laughing, a sound like breaking glass, like the final breath escaping from crushed lungs. Dr. Pemberton found me 3 days later, when I failed to appear for our scheduled appointment. I was standing before the uncovered mirror, having torn away the cloth in my delirium, my hands pressed against the glass, as hers were pressed against it from the other side. But I was no longer looking at Constance, I was looking at myself, but not as I was. The reflection showed me as I truly was, stripped of all pretense and self-deception. I saw the 7-year-old murderer, grown to adulthood but unchanged in his essential nature. I saw the monster who had destroyed not only his sister, but everyone who had ever tried to love him. I saw 30 years of lies and cowardice and carefully hidden cruelty. And in that moment of perfect, terrible clarity, I understood what Constance had been trying to tell me all along. There was no forgiveness. There was no redemption. There was no peace. There was only truth, and truth was damnation. The mirror cracked then, a spider web of fractures spreading outward from where my palms touched the glass. But the reflection did not shatter. If anything, it became clearer, more vivid, more inescapably real. I saw myself as I had always been, as I would always be, a killer, a deceiver, a creature so fundamentally corrupted that even death would bring no escape. For Constance had shown me the final truth, that hell was not some distant realm of fire and brimstone, but the simple act of seeing oneself clearly, completely, without the merciful veil of self-deception. And I would see myself thus for all eternity. They found me there the next morning, my body collapsed before the shattered mirror, my eyes wide and staring, my face frozen in an expression of such absolute horror that Dr. Pemberton could barely bring himself to examine the corpse. The mirror was broken beyond repair. Its surface, a maze of cracks and distortions. But in one small, intact section near the bottom, those who looked closely could still see a reflection, not of themselves, but of a 7-year-old boy holding a pillow, his face twisted with an expression of malevolent joy that no child should ever wear. And sometimes, late at night, residents of Marlborough Street report hearing the sound of weeping from the empty house. Not one voice, but two, crying together in perfect eternal harmony of guilt and accusation. Murderer and victim, bound forever in a dance of damnation that death itself could not end. For some sins are too terrible to be forgiven, and some truths too devastating to be survived. The mirror tells no lies. Charlie's room. Frank Dalton had calloused hands that could fix anything except the one thing that mattered most. 3 months after the accident, those hands still shook when he reached for Charlie's bedroom door, still hesitated on the brass knob that his 8-year-old son had polished to a dull shine with thousands of small-fingered touches. The door opened with the same soft squeak it always had. Charlie used to say it sounded like a mouse yawning. Margaret had been after Frank to oil those hinges for 2 years, but now neither of them mentioned it. Now that squeak was sacred, a small sound in a world gone quiet. Frank stepped into the room and felt the familiar weight settle on his chest. Not grief exactly, though that was there too. This was something heavier, more immediate. The room felt occupied in a way that had nothing to do with the clothes still hanging in the closet or the unmade bed with its Batman sheets pulled back just as Charlie had left them on that Tuesday morning in October, when everything changed. "Hey, buddy," Frank said, settling into the small wooden chair beside Charlie's desk. The chair was too small for his 6-foot frame, bought when Charlie was 4 and learning to write his letters. Frank's knees bumped against the desktop where Charlie's homework still waited. Math problems about trains traveling at different speeds toward each other. The kind of word problems Charlie had always struggled with. Frank had been coming here every night for 3 weeks now, ever since Margaret had finally fallen asleep without crying. She didn't know about these visits. Hell, Frank didn't really know about them himself. couldn't explain why his feet carried him here after she'd taken her Ambien and the house settled into its new, terrible rhythm. "Had a good day at the shop," Frank said, his voice rusty in the stillness. "Mrs. Patterson brought her Buick in again. Remember how you used to say it sounded like a sick elephant? Well, you were right. Turned out to be the transmission, just like you said it would be." The silence stretched, familiar and absolute. Frank leaned back in the little chair and let his eyes wander over Charlie's kingdom. The shelves lined with Hot Wheels cars arranged in precise formations. The poster of the solar system, where Charlie had carefully colored in Saturn's rings with yellow crayon, the fish tank that Frank still cleaned every week, even though the fish had died 2 days after Charlie. "Your mom's doing better," Frank continued, though they both knew it was a lie. Margaret moved through the house like a ghost, making meals nobody ate, folding Charlie's clothes over and over, as if the repetition might somehow bring him back. "She's thinking about going back to work next week. Thinks it might help." The room seemed to listen. Frank had noticed that the first night he'd started talking, the way the space seemed to cup his words, hold them. Maybe it was just the acoustics, the way Charlie's stuffed animals and books absorbed sound. Or maybe it was something else. "I miss you, Charlie," Frank whispered. "Jesus, I miss you so much." And that's when he heard it. A rustle, soft as tissue paper. Then, so quiet, Frank almost convinced himself he'd imagined it. "I miss you too, Daddy." Frank's heart stopped. Actually stopped a full beat skipped before hammering back to life. He sat frozen in the little chair, afraid to breathe, afraid to move, afraid to break whatever impossible thing was happening. "Charlie?" The word came out strangled. Silence. Then, a little stronger. "I'm scared, Daddy." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, not from any particular corner of the room, but from the room itself. It was Charlie's voice, unmistakably, with that slight lisp from the gap where his front teeth were growing in. Frank's rational mind, the part that understood carburetors and timing belts, and the logical way mechanical things worked, scrambled for explanation. Grief, hallucination, sleep deprivation. The Jameson he'd started keeping in his toolbox. But the voice came again. Clearer now. "There's something here, Daddy. Something that wants me to go away." Where are you, son?" Frank's voice broke on the last word. "I'm here, in my room. But I can't stay much longer. It keeps trying to make me leave." Frank looked around wildly, seeing nothing but Charlie's things exactly as they'd always been. But the air felt different now, charged, expectant, like the moment before lightning strikes. "What wants you to leave?" Frank asked. A pause. Then, very small. "I don't know. It's dark, and it's angry, and it doesn't like that I'm still here. But I don't want to go, Daddy. I want to stay with you and Mommy." Tears ran down Frank's cheeks, but he didn't wipe them away. He was afraid any movement might shatter this impossible gift. "I don't want you to go either, buddy. I want you to stay forever." "Really?" Hope bloomed in Charlie's voice. "You'll help me stay." "Of course," Frank said without thinking. "Of course I'll help you." "Thank you, Daddy. I love you." "I love you too, Charlie, so much." The presence in the room seemed to settle then, like a cat curling up in a sunny spot. Frank sat in the little chair until his legs went numb, afraid to leave, afraid this miraculous contact would break if he moved. When he finally crept back to the bedroom he shared with Margaret, she was still deep in her chemical sleep, and Frank lay staring at the ceiling until dawn. The next night, he couldn't stay away. "Charlie, you there, buddy?" "I'm here, Daddy," The voice came immediately now, stronger than before. "I was waiting for you." They talked for an hour. Charlie told him about the thing that kept trying to pull him away. Something hungry and cold that whispered promises about better places, easier places. Frank told Charlie about his day, about the customers who asked about Charlie, about how empty the house felt without the sound of small feet on the stairs. "Don't let it take me," Charlie pleaded, as Frank finally prepared to leave. "Promise you won't let it take me away." "I promise," Frank said, and meant it with every fiber of his being. This became their routine. Every night after Margaret fell asleep, Frank would slip into Charlie's room and settle into the little chair. Every night, Charlie would be waiting. They talked about everything. School friends Charlie missed, the go-kart they'd been building in the garage, whether the Red Sox would win the pennant next year. But as the weeks passed, Frank began to notice changes. Charlie's voice grew stronger, more present, but it also grew different, sharper around the edges, more demanding. "Why doesn't Mommy come to see me?" Charlie asked one night. "She's still very sad, buddy. It's hard for her. But I'm right here. I'm not gone. Why can't she hear me like you can?" Frank didn't have an answer for that. He tried to tell Margaret about the conversations, but she looked at him with such pity, such concern, that he'd quickly claimed he was just talking to himself, working through his grief. "Maybe you could make her listen," Charlie suggested. "Maybe you could bring her here and make her understand." Something cold touched Frank's spine. "I don't think that would work, son. You could try." Charlie's voice took on a wheedling quality Frank didn't remember from before. "You could make her sit in the chair and talk to me. I miss her, Daddy. I miss her so much." "I know you do, buddy, but promise me you'll try. Promise me you'll bring Mommy to see me." Frank found himself nodding, though he had no intention of keeping that promise. Margaret was barely holding on as it was. This, whatever this was, would destroy her completely. 2 weeks later, Frank came home from work to find Margaret sitting in Charlie's room. She was in the little chair, her face streaked with tears, talking softly to the empty air. Frank stood in the doorway, a wrench still clutched in his hand, watching his wife's lips move in conversation with nothing. "Margaret," he called softly. She turned to him with a smile brighter than any he'd seen since the accident. "Frank, he's here. Charlie's here. He's been waiting for us." Ice flooded Frank's veins. "What did you say?" "He's been talking to me for an hour." "Oh, Frank, he's not gone. He's still our little boy, and he needs us. He needs us to keep him safe from the thing that wants to take him away." Frank stepped into the room and immediately felt the presence, stronger now, much stronger than it had ever been when he was alone. The air practically hummed with it. "Hello, Daddy." Charlie's voice came from everywhere at once. "I told Mommy about our talks. I told her how you've been helping me stay." Margaret beamed at Frank. "He told me everything. How you've been coming here every night. How you promised to protect him." "Oh, Frank, we can keep him with us. We can be a family again." "That's right," Charlie's voice agreed. And Frank noticed it sounded different when Margaret was present. Older, somehow. More articulate. "We can all be together forever. But I need your help. Both of you. The thing that wants to take me away is getting stronger." "What kind of help?" Frank asked, though he was beginning to suspect he didn't want to know the answer. "I need you to feed me." Charlie said simply, "I need your love, your attention, your energy. The more you give me, the stronger I get, and the easier it is to fight the thing that wants me to leave." Margaret nodded eagerly. "Of course, sweetheart. Whatever you need." But Frank felt something crawling up his spine, a wrongness he couldn't name. "Charlie, what happens to the thing that wants you to leave? What happens when you get strong enough to fight it off?" A pause. Then, "It goes away, Daddy. It stops bothering us. Where does it go?" Another pause, longer this time. "I don't know. Away. That's all that matters, right? That we can be together." Margaret reached out and squeezed Frank's hand. "This is a miracle, Frank. This is God giving us our son back." Frank wanted to believe it. Christ, how he wanted to believe it. But something in Charlie's voice, something in the way the room felt now, thick and oppressive, like the air before a tornado, set off every alarm bell in his head. That night, after Margaret finally went to bed, she'd stayed in Charlie's room until almost midnight, talking and laughing with their dead son. Frank did something he hadn't done in months. He went to his computer and started researching. He typed in phrases he never thought he'd need to know. Spirits of dead children, entities impersonating deceased, parasitic supernatural beings. What he found made his blood run cold. Entity attachment, psychic parasites, things that fed on human emotion and energy, growing stronger until they could manifest physically. Things that often impersonated lost loved ones, exploiting grief and love and desperate hope. The real Charlie, according to what Frank read, would have moved on immediately after death. Children's spirits didn't linger. They were too innocent, too pure to be trapped by earthly concerns. Only adult spirits, weighted down by guilt and unfinished business, stayed behind, which meant the thing in Charlie's room wasn't Charlie at all. Frank closed the laptop and sat in the dark kitchen, his hands shaking. Outside, October wind rattled the windows, and somewhere in the house, he could hear Margaret's muffled voice coming from Charlie's room. She'd gone back. Even after he thought she was asleep, she'd gone back to feed the thing that was wearing their son's voice like a Halloween mask. The next morning, Margaret looked terrible, pale and hollow-eyed, as if something had been draining her all night, which, Frank realized with growing horror, was exactly what had happened. "Did you sleep at all?" he asked over breakfast. She wasn't eating. "A little. Charlie needed me. He's so scared, Frank. The thing that wants to take him away is getting more persistent. We have to protect him." "Margaret, I think we need to talk about—" "He wants to show us something today," she interrupted, her eyes bright with fevered excitement. "He says he can move things now, if we give him enough energy. He wants to prove he's really there." Frank felt the bottom drop out of his world. Physical manifestation. The thing was getting strong enough for physical manifestation. That evening, despite Frank's protests, Margaret insisted they both go to Charlie's room together. Frank followed reluctantly, every instinct screaming at him to grab his wife and run. But where could they go? The thing had its hooks in Margaret now, and Frank suspected it wouldn't let her leave easily. Charlie's room felt different the moment they stepped inside. The air was thick, almost viscous, and the temperature had dropped at least 10 degrees. Margaret didn't seem to notice. She settled into the little chair with a smile. "Charlie, we're both here, sweetheart." "Hi, Mommy. Hi, Daddy." The voice was immediate and strong, no longer seeming to come from the air, but from a specific point in the room, right where Charlie's bed was. I'm so happy you're both here. I've been practicing, like I promised." As Frank watched in mounting terror, Charlie's pillow began to depress, as if an invisible head had settled onto it. The Batman sheets rustled and pulled, outlining the shape of a small body. Margaret gasped in delight. "Oh, Charlie, I can see you. I can actually see where you are." "This is just the beginning, Mommy. If you keep feeding me, keep giving me your love and energy, I'll be able to do so much more. Maybe someday you'll be able to see all of me again." The impression on the bed shifted, and Frank could swear he saw the outline of a child sitting up. But something was wrong with the proportions. The head too large, the limbs too long. "What do you need from us?" Margaret asked eagerly. "Everything," Charlie's voice replied, and Frank caught something in it. A hunger that had nothing to do with love and everything to do with feeding. "I need all of your love, all of your attention, all of your energy. The more you give me, the more real I can become." "Yes," Margaret breathed. "Anything." Frank watched his wife lean forward, her hands extended toward the invisible shape on the bed, and saw her face go slack. Her color began to drain away, as if something was pulling the life right out of her. "Margaret, stop!" Frank lunged forward and grabbed her hands, pulling them back. The moment his skin touched hers, Frank felt it, a horrible, sucking sensation, as if something was trying to drain him through the contact. And behind it, vast and hungry and absolutely not his son, he sensed the thing that had been masquerading as Charlie. It was old, ancient, and it fed on love the way a leech fed on blood, growing fat and strong on the deepest, most primal emotions humans could feel. It had been doing this for centuries, maybe millennia, finding grieving parents, impersonating their lost children, feeding until there was nothing left but dried husks. "Let go of me." Margaret struggled against his grip. "So, Charlie needs us." "That's not Charlie," Frank shouted. "Margaret, that thing is not our son." The temperature in the room plummeted. Frost began forming on the windows. "Daddy," Charlie's voice came again, but now it was wrong, too deep, too old, layered with harmonics that made Frank's teeth ache. "Daddy, why are you being mean to Mommy? Why won't you let her help me?" "Because you're not Charlie," Frank said, surprised by the steadiness in his own voice. "Charlie's gone. He died in the accident, and he moved on like children are supposed to do. You're something else. Something that feeds on grief." The impression on the bed writhed, and for a moment Frank saw it clearly, not a child's shape at all, but something twisted and segmented, with too many joints and appendages that weren't quite arms or legs. "Liar!" The voice that came from Charlie's throat was a roar now, shaking the windows. "I am Charlie. I am your son. You promised to protect me." Margaret was sobbing, still straining toward the bed. "Frank, please. He's our baby. He's our little boy." "No," Frank said, and pulled Margaret to her feet. "Our little boy is gone, and we have to let him go." The thing on the bed shrieked, a sound like metal tearing, like wind through a graveyard. The room began to shake. Books tumbled from shelves. Charlie's Hot Wheels cars flew through the air like bullets. "You can't leave me," it screamed in Charlie's voice, and the pure anguish in those words almost broke Frank's resolve. "I'll die without you. I'll disappear. Please don't let me disappear." Margaret collapsed against Frank, her strength gone. She was barely conscious, her life energy almost completely drained. Frank half carried, half dragged her toward the door as the room erupted in supernatural fury around them. "I'll make you stay," the thing howled. "I'll make you feed me." The bedroom door slammed shut. The lock turned with a decisive click. Frank threw his weight against it, but it wouldn't budge. Not because it was stuck, but because something immensely strong was holding it closed from the other side. They were trapped. Frank looked around Charlie's room. Now a maelstrom of flying objects and swirling Arctic air. The thing on the bed was more visible now, fed by Margaret's life force. And what Frank saw made his stomach lurch. It wore Charlie's general shape, the way a bad actor might wear an ill-fitting costume. But the details were all wrong. The fingers were too long. The smile was too wide. The eyes reflected light like an animal's. "You can't escape," it said in Charlie's voice, but the words came out in a rhythm that was almost a song, hypnotic and compelling. "You belong to me now. You'll stay here and love me and feed me until there's nothing left of you but empty shells. And then I'll find new parents to love me and new children to be." Margaret stirred in Frank's arms. "Charlie," she whispered, "don't look at it." Frank told her urgently, "Don't listen to its voice. That's not our son." But Margaret was already lifting her head, already smiling at the twisted thing on the bed. "My baby," she murmured, and Frank felt her being pulled away from him by invisible hands. Frank had maybe 30 seconds before Margaret was completely under the thing's control again. 30 seconds to think of something, anything, that might save them both. His eyes fell on Charlie's desk, on the homework that would never be completed. Math problems about trains traveling toward each other at different speeds. Charlie had always struggled with word problems because he got distracted by the stories they told instead of focusing on the numbers. If two trains are traveling toward each other, Charlie had asked just weeks before the accident, why don't they just stop before they crash? And suddenly Frank knew what he had to do. He couldn't fight this thing. It was too strong, too old, too hungry. But he could stop feeding it. He could cut off its power source. "Margaret," he said urgently, shaking her. "Margaret, listen to me. Remember the accident." "Don't," the thing hissed from the bed. "Don't think about that. Think about me. Think about how much you love me. Remember the car coming through the intersection," Frank continued, his voice growing stronger. "Remember how Charlie ran into the street to get his ball." "Stop it, Daddy," the thing pleaded in Charlie's voice. "Please stop. You're hurting me." But Frank pressed on, even as his heart broke at the sound of his son's voice begging him to stop. "Remember how we held him in the ambulance. Remember how he looked at us and said he wasn't scared because we were there with him." Margaret's eyes cleared slightly. "Frank, remember his last words," Frank said, tears streaming down his face. "Remember what Charlie really said before he died." "I don't." Margaret started, then stopped. Her face crumpled. "Oh, God! Oh, God! He said he was ready to go. He said he could see Grandpa Joe waiting for him, and he wasn't scared anymore." The thing on the bed writhed. "No, I'm still scared. I'm still here." "He said he loved us," Frank continued, "and that he wanted us to be happy. He wanted us to take care of each other and not be sad forever." "That's not what I said," the thing shrieked. "I said I wanted to stay. I said I didn't want to leave you." But the lie was obvious now, hollow and desperate. Margaret straightened in Frank's arms, her own strength returning as she stopped feeding the parasite. "Charlie's not here," she whispered. "Charlie's gone." "I'm here," the thing roared. "I'm right here." "No," Margaret said, and her voice was growing stronger. "You're not Charlie. Charlie was never afraid of anything except the dark, and he always wanted to protect other people. Charlie would never try to hurt his parents. The temperature in the room began to rise. The flying objects slowed and dropped to the floor. The thing on the bed was losing cohesion, its stolen form wavering like heat mirage. "You can't leave me," it whispered, and now it sounded pathetic rather than threatening. "I'll have nothing. I'll be nothing." "Good," Frank said. He pulled Margaret to her feet and walked to Charlie's dresser. From the top drawer, he pulled out a book of matches Charlie had gotten at summer camp. Strictly forbidden, but hidden away like the small treasure it was. "What are you doing?" Margaret asked. "Letting him go," Frank said. Really letting him go. He struck a match and held it to the curtains. The fabric caught immediately, flames racing up toward the ceiling. Within moments, Charlie's room was ablaze. "No!" the thing screamed, its voice becoming less and less like Charlie's with each passing second. "You're destroying everything! You're destroying me!" "That's the idea," Frank said. The bedroom door suddenly swung open, the thing's power broken by their rejection of it. Frank and Margaret stumbled out into the hallway as smoke poured after them. Behind them, the fire spread with unnatural speed, consuming everything that had been Charlie's, everything the parasite had used to anchor itself to their world. They made it out of the house and stood on the front lawn, watching Charlie's window glow orange in the night. The fire department would come, but not in time to save the room. Not in time to save any of it. "Did we do the right thing?" Margaret asked, leaning against him. Frank thought about that for a long moment, then carried on the wind. He heard something that made him smile through his tears, the distant sound of a child's laughter, joyful and free, and moving away into whatever came next. "Yeah," he said, squeezing his wife's hand. "We did right by him." The house burned for 3 hours. When it was over, nothing remained of Charlie's room but ash and the faint scent of summer camp and boyhood dreams. And in the silence that followed, Frank and Margaret finally began to grieve properly, not for the thing that had been feeding on their love, but for the real Charlie, who had been brave enough to let go when his time came, and who would have wanted his parents to do the same. It would take time to heal. It would take time to forgive themselves for being fooled, for feeding something that wore their son's face like a mask. But they would heal, because that's what Charlie, the real Charlie, would have wanted. And sometimes, on quiet evenings when the wind was just right, they thought they could hear an echo of their son's laughter, not trapped and desperate like the thing's imitation had been, but free and joyful and impossibly distant, carried on currents that moved between worlds toward whatever beautiful mystery waited beyond. The house was rebuilt the following spring. Frank and Margaret sold it to a young couple with no children and moved to a small apartment across town. They never spoke of what had happened in Charlie's room, but sometimes, late at night, one would catch the other listening to the silence, and they would reach for each other's hands and remember that love, real love, meant knowing when to hold on and when to let go. Charlie's grave still got fresh flowers every week, but now, when Frank and Margaret visited, they told him about their lives, their future plans, their small joys and daily struggles. They didn't ask him to come back. They didn't try to hold him. They simply loved him as he was, a bright memory, a beautiful beginning that had ended too soon, a boy who had been brave enough to walk into the light when his time came. And in loving him that way, they finally set themselves free. 3 weeks after the fire, Frank started having dreams. They weren't nightmares exactly. Charlie appeared in them as he had been in life, gap-toothed and energetic, his hair sticking up in impossible directions, despite Margaret's attempts to tame it with water and a comb. Dream Charlie would be building something with his Legos, or organizing his Hot Wheels into elaborate races, or asking Frank to help him with his math homework. "I'm proud of you, Daddy," Dream Charlie would say, looking up from whatever he was doing with those serious brown eyes that had always seemed too old for his 8-year-old face. "You did the right thing." Frank would wake from these dreams feeling peaceful, rather than tormented, as if his real son was checking in, making sure his father was okay. Margaret never mentioned having similar dreams, but Frank sometimes caught her smiling at nothing in the mornings, a soft expression he hadn't seen since before the accident. The insurance settlement came through faster than expected. The fire had been ruled accidental, faulty wiring in an old house, the investigator said, though Frank knew better. They used the money to buy a small 2-bedroom apartment on the other side of Millbrook, near the river where Charlie had loved to skip stones. Margaret went back to work at the library, tentatively at first, then with increasing confidence. She started eating again, sleeping without pills. Frank took on more jobs at the garage, staying busy with his hands the way he always had when his mind needed time to heal. But it was Dr. Sarah Chen who helped them understand what they'd really survived. Frank had never believed in therapy. That was for people who couldn't handle their own problems, he'd always thought. But Margaret insisted they needed help processing what had happened, and Frank loved his wife enough to sit through whatever touchy-feely nonsense she thought might help. Dr. Chen's office was nothing like what Frank had expected. No couch, no diplomas covering the walls, no plants that looked like they were dying from neglect. Instead, it felt more like someone's living room, comfortable chairs, a coffee table with actual magazines instead of medical journals, and windows that looked out on a small garden. "Tell me about Charlie," Dr. Chen said during their first session, and that's when Frank knew she was different from what he'd expected. Most people, when they learned about the accident, immediately started talking about healing and moving on and the stages of grief. Dr. Chen just listened while Frank and Margaret told her about their son, really told her, sharing memories and stories, and the 1,000 small details that had made Charlie who he was. It wasn't until their third session that they mentioned the fire. "We lost some things in a house fire," Margaret said carefully. Charlie's room was damaged. Dr. Chen nodded. That must have been difficult, losing those physical connections to him. "It was necessary," Frank said, and something in his tone must have caught her attention because she leaned forward slightly. "Necessary how?" Frank and Margaret exchanged glances. They'd agreed not to tell anyone the real story. Who would believe them? But there was something about Dr. Chen's calm presence, her complete lack of judgment, that made honesty feel possible. "What would you say?" Margaret asked slowly. "If we told you we thought something was pretending to be Charlie? Something that wasn't really him?" Dr. Chen considered this for a long moment. "I'd say that grief can create very powerful experiences. The mind, trying to process loss, sometimes creates what feels like contact with the deceased. It's more common than people think." "But what if it wasn't just our minds?" Frank pressed. "What if something else was involved?" Another pause. Then Dr. Chen surprised them both. "I have a degree in psychology from Harvard," she said. "But I also grew up in a family that took certain unexplained phenomena very seriously. My grandmother always said that strong emotions could attract things that feed on those emotions. Love, grief, anger, they're like beacons to entities that exist on the periphery of our world. Frank felt something loosen in his chest. You believe us? I believe that you experienced something real and traumatic, Dr. Chen said carefully. Whether it was psychological or supernatural doesn't change the fact that it hurt you both, and that you found the strength to break free from it. Over the following weeks, Dr. Chen helped them understand what they'd survived. She called it parasitic attachment, entities that fed on human emotion by impersonating loved ones. She had books, case studies, accounts from other families who'd experienced similar phenomena. The key thing to understand, she explained, is that these entities aren't evil in the way we think of human evil. They're more like emotional parasites. They feed on love, grief, longing, the strongest feelings humans can experience. They don't understand that what they're doing is harmful, any more than a tick understands that it's hurting its host. But it knew, Margaret said, the thing pretending to be Charlie. It knew we were being hurt. It just didn't care. Did it know, though? Dr. Chen asked. Or did it simply know that resistance meant less food for it? These entities don't think the way we do. They're driven by hunger, not malice. This perspective helped somehow. It made what they'd experienced feel less like a personal violation and more like a natural disaster. Terrible, but not targeted specifically at them. The important thing, Dr. Chen said, is that you recognized it wasn't really Charlie, and you found the strength to let go. That takes incredible courage. It didn't feel courageous, Frank admitted. It felt like we were abandoning him all over again. The real Charlie was never there to abandon, Dr. Chen said gently. He died in the accident, and he moved on. What you abandoned was something that was wearing his face to hurt you. You didn't betray your son. You honored him by refusing to let something else wear his identity. The sessions helped, but it was the work that came after that really began to heal them. Dr. Chen suggested they create a memorial for Charlie that had nothing to do with preserving his physical belongings. Instead of trying to keep his room exactly as it had been, they should find a way to celebrate who he had been and what he had meant to them. They started with a scholarship fund at Charlie's elementary school, money for kids who wanted to attend summer camp but whose families couldn't afford it. Charlie had loved camp, had come home with stories about hiking and swimming, and staying up late in the cabin, telling ghost stories with his bunkmates. He would have wanted other kids to have those experiences, Margaret said, as they signed the paperwork to establish the fund. And Frank knew she was right. They planted a tree in Riverside Park, near the playground where Charlie had spent countless afternoons. Not a memorial tree with a somber plaque, but a climbing tree, a sturdy oak that would grow tall and strong and give generations of children a place to build tree houses and escape from the adult world for a while. Frank built a bench to go under the tree, working on it in the evenings after his shifts at the garage. He carved Charlie's initials into the back, along with the dates of his short life. But the inscription he chose was something Charlie himself had said. Every day is an adventure if you're paying attention. Margaret started volunteering at the children's library, reading stories to groups of kids Charlie's age. The first time she did it, she came home in tears, but they were good tears, she assured Frank. Healing tears. They reminded me of him, she said. Not in a painful way, but in a grateful way, like I was getting to see what he loved about being a kid. Summer came, and with it the anniversary of Charlie's birthday. They'd been dreading it for months, but when the day arrived, they found themselves at Riverside Park with a picnic lunch and a kite. Charlie would have loved a dragon kite with a long, colorful tail. "Think he can see us?" Margaret asked as they watched the kite dance against the blue sky. "I think he moved on to something better," Frank said. "But yeah, I think he knows we're okay." That evening, as they packed up their picnic, a small boy of maybe 6 approached them. He had been playing on the monkey bars with his mother watching from a nearby bench. "Is that your tree?" the boy asked, pointing to the oak they'd planted. "It belongs to everyone," Margaret said, "but we planted it for our son." "Where is he?" "He died," Frank said simply. He'd learned that kids handled directness better than euphemisms. The boy considered this seriously. "That's sad, but it's a really good tree. When I get bigger, I'm gonna climb it." He would have liked that, Margaret said, and Frank heard only happiness in her voice. As autumn approached, they made a decision that surprised even them. They decided to try for another child. Not to replace Charlie, Margaret said as they discussed it over dinner one night. Nothing could ever replace him, but to continue the family he was part of. To have something growing instead of just something lost. Frank had worried it was too soon, that they weren't ready. But Dr. Chen helped him understand that healing didn't mean waiting until the grief was gone. It meant learning to carry the grief alongside joy. "Love isn't a finite resource," she said. "Loving another child doesn't diminish what you felt for Charlie. If anything, it honors it." Margaret got pregnant in October, almost exactly a year after Charlie's death. When they told Dr. Chen the news, she smiled in a way that made Frank think she'd been hoping for this. "Charlie would be excited," Margaret said, one hand resting on her still flat belly. "He always wanted to be a big brother." The pregnancy was smooth and uneventful, which felt like a gift after so much trauma. They didn't learn the baby's sex, didn't pick names until the very end. They wanted this child to be fully themselves, not a shadow of the brother they'd never meet. Emma Rose Dalton was born on a snowy February morning, healthy and loud and absolutely perfect. When the nurse placed her in Frank's arms, he felt something he'd thought was lost forever. Pure, uncomplicated joy. "Hello, little one," he whispered to his daughter. "Your big brother would have loved you so much." Margaret healed quickly from the birth, eager to get home and start their new life. The apartment felt different with a baby in it, fuller, more alive. Emma was an easy baby, sleeping well and crying only when she needed something specific. But it was 3 weeks after they brought Emma home that Frank realized they weren't done with the supernatural quite yet. He was doing the 2 a.m. feeding, Emma drowsing in his arms as she took her bottle, when he heard it, a sound like distant laughter, light and joyful, coming from the baby's room even though they were sitting in the living room. Frank's blood went cold. Not again. Please, not again. But as he listened more carefully, he realized this laughter was different from the hungry, desperate sounds the entity had made while impersonating Charlie. This was innocent, genuine, the kind of laughter Charlie had made when he was truly happy. Emma stirred in his arms and made a soft, cooing sound, her tiny hand reaching toward something Frank couldn't see. Her eyes, still unfocused at 3 weeks old, seemed to track movement in the empty air above her head. "Charlie?" Frank whispered. The laughter came again, softer now, and Frank felt a presence in the room. But this one was warm, protective, loving, not hungry, not trying to take anything, just visiting. Margaret appeared in the doorway, drawn by some maternal instinct. "Do you feel that?" she asked softly. Frank nodded. I think he came to meet his sister. They sat together in the quiet apartment, their new daughter sleeping peacefully between them, while something that felt like Charlie lingered nearby. Not trapped, not desperate to stay, but simply present for this one important moment. After a few minutes, the feeling began to fade, but just before it disappeared entirely, Frank heard something that made his heart sing. Charlie's voice, clear and joyful and absolutely real. "Take good care of her, okay? I love you both." And then he was gone, not torn away by something hungry and dark, but moving on of his own accord, his job as big brother officially begun. Emma grew into a happy, curious toddler with Frank's brown eyes and Margaret's stubborn streak. She learned to walk early, climbing on everything she could reach, fearless in the way Charlie had been. But she was entirely herself, not a replacement or a second chance, but a new person with her own personality and dreams. Sometimes, when Emma played alone in her room, Frank and Margaret would hear two sets of laughter instead of one. Emma would chatter away to empty air, carrying on animated conversations with someone they couldn't see. When they asked her about it, she would just smile and say she was playing with the boy. Dr. Chen assured them this was normal. Many children had imaginary friends, especially children who grew up in families that had experienced loss. But Frank and Margaret suspected Emma's invisible playmate might be a little more real than most. "As long as she's happy and healthy," Dr. Chen said, "I wouldn't worry about it. Children are more open to certain experiences than adults. If Charlie is occasionally checking in on his sister, that sounds like exactly the kind of thing a loving big brother would do." They never tried to encourage or discourage Emma's conversations with the boy. They simply let her childhood unfold naturally, trusting that if there was something supernatural involved, it was benevolent. When Emma turned 4, she announced that the boy had told her he had to go away for a while. "Where is he going?" Margaret asked. Emma shrugged with the casual acceptance children brought to everything. "He said there are other kids who need big brothers now, and he has to go help them. But he'll come back sometimes to check on me." That night, Frank found Emma standing at her bedroom window, waving at something in the darkened yard. "Bye, Charlie," she called softly. "See you later." Frank knelt beside his daughter and looked out the window, but saw only their small garden and the streetlight beyond. Yet something in the air felt like a farewell, gentle and loving and complete. "Did he say goodbye?" Frank asked. Emma nodded. "He said to tell you and Mommy that he's proud of you, and that he likes being a big brother, even if he has to do it from far away." Frank gathered his daughter into his arms, breathing in the scent of her shampoo and the faint smell of crayons that always seemed to cling to her clothes. "I love you, Emma," he said. "I love you too, Daddy. And Charlie loves you too. He told me so." 5 years later, when Emma started kindergarten, she drew a family picture for the art wall. It showed 4 figures holding hands: a tall man with dark hair, a woman with a ponytail, a little girl with pigtails, and a slightly taller boy with a gap-toothed grin. When her teacher asked about the 4th figure, Emma explained matter-of-factly, "That's my big brother Charlie. He's dead, but he still takes care of me sometimes." The teacher, a young woman named Ms. Rodriguez, handled it with the sensitivity Frank had learned to appreciate in people who worked with children. "It sounds like Charlie was a very good big brother," she said. "He is," Emma corrected. "He still is, just from far away." Frank and Margaret still visited Charlie's grave regularly, but the visits had changed over the years. Instead of being sessions of grief and guilt, they became updates, sharing news about Emma's latest achievements, Frank's promotion to shop manager, Margaret's decision to go back to school for her library science degree. "Emma lost her first tooth yesterday," Margaret told the small headstone on a bright September morning. "She was so excited. You would have helped her put it under her pillow and stayed up half the night listening for the tooth fairy." Frank added flowers to the small vase, not the elaborate arrangements they'd brought in the early days, but simple wildflowers Emma had picked from their garden. "She's starting soccer next week," he said. "She's got your fearlessness, buddy. Nothing scares that kid." As they prepared to leave, Emma tugged on Frank's hand. "Can I talk to Charlie by myself for a minute?" she asked. Frank and Margaret stepped back, giving their daughter privacy for whatever conversation she needed to have. They watched as Emma knelt beside the grave and whispered something too quiet for them to hear. After a moment, she nodded, as if receiving an answer, then stood and rejoined them. "What did you tell him?" Margaret asked as they walked back to the car. "Just sister stuff," Emma said with the mysterious wisdom children sometimes displayed. "He says he's happy we're all okay." That night, as Frank tucked Emma into bed, she looked up at him with serious eyes. "Daddy, the kids at school say dead people can't talk to live people. They say Charlie can't really visit me." Frank considered his answer carefully. "What do you think?" "I think love is bigger than being dead," Emma said. "And I think Charlie loves us too much to really be gone." Frank kissed his daughter's forehead. "I think you're right. Besides," Emma added, settling into her pillow, "Ms. Rodriguez says families come in all different shapes. Maybe ours just has a shape that includes someone who lives far away." As Frank turned off the light and closed Emma's door, he reflected on how much had changed since that terrible October night when they'd burned Charlie's room. They'd learned that love didn't have to be possessive to be real, that grief didn't have to be permanent to be honored, and that sometimes the greatest act of love was knowing when to let go. Charlie would always be part of their family, not as a desperate ghost clinging to a world he'd outgrown, but as a loving presence watching over them from whatever beautiful place souls went when their earthly work was done. And sometimes, when love was strong enough and need was great enough, the distance between worlds grew thin enough for a voice to whisper across the divide, "I'm still here. I'm still your son. I'm still your brother. And I love you more than death itself." Outside Emma's window, the oak tree they'd planted in Charlie's memory rustled in the evening breeze, its branches reaching toward stars that seemed, on nights like this, not nearly as far away as they appeared. In the distance, faint but unmistakable, Frank heard the sound of children laughing, not trapped or desperate, but free and joyful, and moving like music through the night air toward whatever wonders waited beyond the edges of the world. The Dalton family slept peacefully, watched over by love that had learned the difference between holding on and holding close, between memory and possession, between grief and gratitude. And in their dreams, they were all together, past and present, living and dead, united by bonds that proved stronger than any darkness that might try to tear them apart. The beating of his heart. "Villains, I can bear it no more. I admit the deed. But why do you make me suffer thus? It was not I who killed him. It was the sound, that accursed sound, that drove me to it. Yet even now, even as I confess, you cannot hear what I hear. You cannot understand the terrible rhythm that pounds in my ears, grows louder with each passing moment, threatens to burst my very skull with its relentless beating. But let me tell you how it began, how a simple business partnership became a descent into madness, how an innocent habit became the instrument of murder most foul. I was 28 years of age when I first entered into commerce with Mr. Theodore Pemberton. He was a gentleman of middle years, perhaps 55, with graying whiskers and the most meticulous habits I had ever encountered in man or beast. Our enterprise, the importation and sale of fine chronometers from Switzerland, had prospered beyond our most optimistic projections, and I had every reason to consider myself fortunate in my association with such a methodical and successful partner. Mr. Pemberton possessed many admirable qualities: honesty in his dealings, precision in his record-keeping, courtesy toward our customers, and an encyclopedic knowledge of timepieces that served our business well. He was, by all accounts, the ideal partner for a young man seeking to establish himself in commercial society. There was, however, one peculiarity about Mr. Pemberton that I noticed from our very first meeting, a habit so minor, so seemingly insignificant, that any reasonable person would have dismissed it without a second thought. During our conferences, as he made notes in his ledger or signed important documents, Mr. Pemberton would unconsciously click his fountain pen. Not merely click it, but click it in a very specific pattern. 3 quick clicks in rapid succession, a pause, then 3 more clicks. Click, 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 click. At first, this habit scarcely registered in my consciousness. I was too excited by the prospects of our growing business, too preoccupied with learning the intricacies of our trade, to pay attention to such a trivial detail. But as our partnership developed and our meetings became more frequent, that rhythmic clicking began to penetrate my awareness with increasing persistence. Our offices occupied the second floor of a narrow building on Washington Street, with Mr. Pemberton's private study overlooking the bustling thoroughfare below. It was here that we conducted our most important business: negotiations with suppliers, meetings with wealthy collectors, the careful evaluation of timepieces that might command premium prices from discriminating customers. And it was here that I first began to notice how the clicking of Mr. Pemberton's pen seemed to echo strangely in the confined space of his study. The room's acoustics, perhaps influenced by its high ceiling and hardwood floors, amplified the sound in a most peculiar manner. What might have been barely audible elsewhere became sharp and distinct, carrying clearly across the room and seeming to reverberate long after each click had ended. I mentioned this observation to Mr. Pemberton during one of our morning conferences, thinking perhaps he was unaware of his habit and might wish to modify it in consideration of others. "My dear sir," he replied with evident surprise, "I confess I had no idea I was making any sound at all. How curious that you should notice such a thing. I shall endeavor to be more conscious of this tendency." But his efforts to suppress the habit proved futile. Within minutes of making his promise, his thumb would find its way to the pen's mechanism, and the familiar pattern would resume. Click, 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 click. It appeared to be so deeply ingrained in his nature that he could no more control it than he could command his heart to stop beating. As the months passed, I found myself becoming increasingly sensitive to this sound. What had once been a minor distraction became a source of mounting irritation. During important meetings with customers, I would find my attention wandering from their words to the rhythmic clicking that provided an unwelcome soundtrack to our conversations. I began to anticipate each sequence, counting the intervals between clicks, timing their duration with unconscious precision. The pattern never varied. 3 clicks in rapid succession, each separated from the next by perhaps a quarter second, followed by a pause of 2 full seconds before the sequence repeated. It was as regular as clockwork, ironically appropriate, given our profession, and as predictable as the rising sun. But it was not merely the consistency of the sound that began to trouble me. It was its apparent synchronization with other rhythms in my environment. I noticed that the clicking seemed to match the ticking of the large grandfather clock that dominated one corner of Mr. Pemberton's study. More disturbingly, it seemed to align itself with the beating of my own heart, creating an uncanny resonance that I found increasingly difficult to ignore. The revelation came to me gradually, like dawn breaking over a troubled landscape. I began to understand that my sensitivity to Mr. Pemberton's clicking was not merely auditory, but physiological. The sound had somehow synchronized itself with my own internal rhythms, becoming a kind of external heartbeat that competed with my natural pulse. I consulted my physician, Dr. William Crawford, about what I feared might be some disorder of my auditory system. After a thorough examination, he pronounced my hearing to be not only normal, but unusually acute. You possess what I would call hypersensitive auditory perception, he explained, polishing his spectacles with professional satisfaction. It is not uncommon among individuals of artistic or intellectual temperament. Musicians, for instance, often display similar sensitivity to subtle variations in sound. When I described my growing preoccupation with Mr. Pemberton's pen clicking, Dr. Crawford nodded knowingly. Ah, yes, I have observed similar phenomena in other patients. The mind, when under stress from business pressures or personal concerns, can become fixated upon otherwise insignificant stimuli. The solution is usually quite simple. Remove yourself from the source of irritation, or better yet, address whatever underlying anxieties may be causing this hypersensitivity. But Dr. Crawford's advice proved impossible to follow. My livelihood depended upon my partnership with Mr. Pemberton, and our business required frequent, lengthy consultations. I could not simply avoid his presence without jeopardizing our mutual success. Instead, I attempted to accustom myself to the sound through a process of deliberate exposure. Each morning, I would arrive at our offices early and seat myself in Mr. Pemberton's study, hoping that familiarity might breed indifference rather than contempt. For hours, I would sit quietly while he worked, forcing myself to listen to that rhythmic clicking until it became mere background noise. But this strategy backfired spectacularly. Rather than becoming accustomed to the sound, I found myself growing ever more sensitive to its nuances. I began to detect subtle variations in the clicking that I had never noticed before. Slight differences in pitch that seemed to correspond to Mr. Pemberton's moods, changes in tempo that reflected his level of concentration, alterations in volume that suggested different pressures applied to the pen's mechanism. It was during one of these self-imposed torture sessions that I made a disturbing discovery. While observing Mr. Pemberton as he worked, I noticed that the clicking pattern seemed to correspond not only to his writing, but to his breathing. 3 clicks as he inhaled, a pause as he held his breath while concentrating, then 3 more clicks as he exhaled. The sound was following the most basic rhythm of his existence, the cycle of breath that sustained his life. This realization filled me with a peculiar horror. It was as though the pen had become an extension of Mr. Pemberton's vital functions, a mechanical heartbeat that marked time with his mortality. And if the clicking was synchronized with his breathing, then by extension, it was synchronized with mine as well. For I found myself unconsciously matching his respiratory rhythm during our meetings. I began to time my own breaths to avoid this synchronization, deliberately altering my breathing pattern to break the uncanny connection between us. But this only made me more conscious of the sound, more aware of its relentless persistence. Even when I managed to breathe out of sync with the clicking, I could feel my body wanting to fall back into that terrible rhythm. Worse still, I began to hear the clicking even when Mr. Pemberton was not present. Alone in my own chambers at night, I would lie awake, listening to phantom repetitions of that maddening rhythm. Click, 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 echoing through the silence with such clarity that I would rise from my bed to search for its source, convinced that someone must be in my room, wielding an invisible pen in deliberate mockery of my distress. The sound had taken up residence in my mind, creating its own internal metronome that marked time regardless of external circumstances. I found myself clicking my own pen in unconscious imitation, drumming my fingers on tables and desks in that same 3-beat pattern, even tapping my foot while walking down the street. Sleep became elusive, then impossible. Night after night, I would toss upon my bed while that internal metronome marked time in my consciousness. I tried stuffing cotton in my ears, but the sound seemed to emanate from within my own skull. I attempted to mask it with other noises, music, conversation, even the mechanical sounds of the city, but nothing could drown out that persistent clicking that had taken residence in my mind. The effects of sleep deprivation began to manifest in my daily life. My appearance grew haggard, my hands developed a persistent tremor, my concentration wavered during important business meetings. Clients began to comment on my distracted demeanor, and several important deals fell through due to my inability to focus on the negotiations at hand. Mr. Pemberton, ever solicitous of my welfare, expressed increasing concern about my deteriorating condition. "My dear partner," he said one morning, looking up from his correspondence with genuine worry creasing his brow, "you look positively unwell. Perhaps you should consider taking a holiday. A week or two in the countryside might restore your natural vigor." As he spoke, his thumb found the pen's mechanism. Click, 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 and I nearly screamed with frustration. Instead, I forced a smile and thanked him for his concern, all while that terrible sound reverberated through my consciousness like hammer blows upon an anvil. It was during this period of escalating torment that I made a discovery that would prove pivotal to subsequent events. While organizing some papers in Mr. Pemberton's study, I accidentally knocked his fountain pen to the floor. As I bent to retrieve it, I noticed something that sent a chill through my entire being. The pen was broken. Not obviously so. The damage was subtle, almost invisible to casual inspection. But close examination revealed a tiny crack in the mechanism that caused it to emit that distinctive 3-click pattern. A normal pen would click once with each depression of the activator. Mr. Pemberton's pen, due to this hairline fracture, clicked 3 times in rapid succession with each use. The realization struck me like a physical blow. This was not a conscious habit on Mr. Pemberton's part. It was a mechanical defect that created that maddening rhythm. For months, I had attributed deliberate malice to what was nothing more than a broken writing instrument. My first impulse was to point out the defect to Mr. Pemberton, to suggest that he have the pen repaired or replaced. Surely, once the mechanism was fixed, my torment would end. But as I opened my mouth to speak, another thought occurred to me, a thought so dark and terrible that I can barely bring myself to record it here. What if the pen could not be repaired? What if Mr. Pemberton refused to replace it, given its sentimental value as a gift from his deceased wife? The clicking would continue, day after day, month after month, until I was driven completely mad by its persistence. I said nothing about the broken mechanism, but my silence did not bring peace. If anything, the knowledge that Mr. Pemberton was unaware of the defect made the situation worse. He was an innocent victim of mechanical failure, yet I found myself holding him responsible for my suffering. Logic warred with emotion in my troubled mind, and emotion proved the stronger force. My resentment toward Mr. Pemberton began to take on an almost paranoid quality. I started to interpret his every action through the lens of my obsession with the clicking. When he paused longer than usual between writing sessions, I imagined he was deliberately prolonging my torment. When he clicked the pen more rapidly during moments of concentration, I was convinced he was mocking my distress. The pen itself became an object of fascination and loathing. During our meetings, I would find myself staring at it with the intensity of a natural philosopher studying some dangerous specimen. I memorized every detail of its construction, the silver plating that had worn thin in places, the intricate engraving that decorated its barrel, the small dent near the clip where it had once been dropped. But it was the mechanism that truly captured my morbid attention. That tiny crack that caused the triple click, that microscopic flaw that had become the source of such enormous anguish. I began to fantasize about the pen's destruction, imagining scenarios in which I might snatch it from Mr. Pemberton's grasp and destroy it utterly. In my fevered imagination, I would seize the pen and hurl it into the fireplace, watching as the heat melted the silver and silenced the clicking forever. Or perhaps I would crush it beneath my heel, grinding the delicate mechanism into fragments too small to produce any sound. Sometimes I dreamed of taking it apart, piece by piece, dismantling the internal works until nothing remained but scattered components incapable of their torturous function. But even these fantasies brought no relief, for I knew that Mr. Pemberton would simply acquire another pen, and who could say whether it, too, might not develop some defect that would torment me anew. The problem was not the pen itself, but what it represented. The arbitrary nature of mechanical failure, the way a tiny flaw could grow into something monstrous, the helplessness of being at the mercy of forces beyond one's control. My thoughts began to turn toward darker solutions. If destroying the pen would not suffice, then perhaps the solution lay in destroying its user. The idea came to me gradually, like a poison seeping slowly through my veins. At first, I dismissed such notions as the product of temporary madness brought on by sleep deprivation and nervous exhaustion. But as the days passed and my torment continued, the idea took on a terrible logic. Mr. Pemberton was the proximate cause of my suffering. He wielded the broken pen, produced the maddening sound, remained obliviously content while I writhed in agony. Removing him from the equation would solve the problem with mathematical certainty. No, Mr. Pemberton meant no clicking pen, meant no torturous rhythm driving me toward insanity. I told myself that it was not personal malice that drove me to such thoughts. It was simple necessity. Mr. Pemberton's death would not be revenge but surgery, the removal of a source of pain that threatened my very sanity. A physician would not hesitate to amputate a gangrenous limb to save the patient. Why should I not take similar action to preserve my mental health? The idea of murder, once planted in my diseased consciousness, grew with terrible rapidity. I began to study Mr. Pemberton with the attention of a natural philosopher observing some exotic specimen. His habits, his routines, his patterns of behavior, all became subjects of intense scrutiny as I searched for the perfect opportunity to implement my terrible design. Mr. Pemberton was a creature of rigid schedule, a man whose life followed patterns as predictable as the clicking of his pen. Each morning at precisely 8 o'clock, he would arrive at our offices and begin his daily correspondence. The clicking would commence immediately, marking time with the regularity of a metronome as he worked his way through letters, invoices, and contracts. At 10:30, he would pause for his morning tea, setting aside the pen for exactly 15 minutes while he sipped from a china cup painted with forget-me-nots, another gift from his late wife. During these brief interludes, blessed silence would fill the study, and I would feel my jangled nerves begin to settle. But all too soon, the tea would be finished and the pen would return to his hand, resuming its torturous rhythm. At noon, he would take his luncheon at the same tavern on State Street, always ordering the same meal, mutton pie with boiled potatoes and a glass of ale. Even here, the pen accompanied him, for he would invariably bring along some document that required his attention. The clicking would continue throughout the meal, audible even above the tavern's bustling atmosphere. The afternoon brought more of the same: correspondence, invoices, examinations of new timepieces, meetings with clients, and through it all, that relentless clicking that had become the soundtrack of my existence. Click, 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 marking time like a death watch beetle counting down the hours until my doom. At 6 o'clock, Mr. Pemberton would depart for his home on Beacon Hill, where he lived alone except for an elderly housekeeper named Mrs. Whitmore, who departed each evening at 7. It was this last detail that captured my particular attention. From 7 o'clock until dawn, Mr. Pemberton was entirely alone in his house, a grand old mansion inherited from his father, surrounded by high walls and sheltered from the street by ancient elm trees. The perfect place for an undisturbed murder. I began to observe his evening routines from a position of concealment across the street. Through the windows of his ground-floor study, I could see him seated at his desk, working by lamplight on his private correspondence. His white hair would gleam in the golden light as he bent over his papers, fountain pen moving across the page in careful, measured strokes. And though I could not hear it from such a distance, I knew that accursed clicking was filling his study, marking time like a heartbeat, synchronizing itself with his breathing and mine in that unholy trinity of sound that had become my obsession. For a week, I maintained this vigil, studying his habits with the thoroughness of a military strategist planning a siege. I noted which lights went on at what times, when the housekeeper arrived and departed, whether neighbors or visitors might interrupt my plans. I mapped every entrance to the house, tested every lock, examined every possible route of approach and escape. The house itself was ideally situated for my purposes. Set back from the street behind a screen of evergreens, it was invisible to casual observation after dark. The nearest neighbors lived 50 yards away on either side, their windows facing away from Mr. Pemberton's property. A man might enter and depart unobserved, conduct his business in perfect privacy, leave no trace of his presence save the inevitable result of his actions. Mr. Pemberton's study was located at the rear of the house, overlooking a small garden enclosed by high brick walls. The windows were large and easily accessible from the garden, secured only by simple latches that a determined intruder could manipulate without difficulty. Inside, I could see the desk where he worked, the chair where he sat, the exact position where death would find him. On the 8th night, I resolved to act. I had spent the day in careful preparation, assembling the tools and materials I would need for the task ahead. A set of lockpicks purchased from a questionable dealer in the North End. A length of rope that might prove useful for restraining my victim. A knife with a keen blade, should more direct methods become necessary. And, most importantly, a small bottle of chloroform, obtained from a corrupt apothecary who asked no questions about its intended use. As twilight deepened into full darkness, I made my way through the empty streets toward Mr. Pemberton's house. My heart raced with excitement and terror, but beneath both emotions was a deeper feeling, relief that my long torment was finally approaching its end. The garden gate yielded easily to my ministrations, its old lock no match for modern picking techniques. I slipped through the shadows like a phantom, every sense alert to the slightest sound or movement that might betray my presence. The study windows glowed warmly in the darkness, framing the silhouette of my intended victim as he worked at his desk. There he sat, the old man who had been my partner and unwitting tormentor, bent over his correspondence with that accursed pen in his hand. Even through the glass, I could imagine the sound it was making. Click, 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 click. That rhythm that had driven me to the very brink of madness, and now brought me to this moment of terrible resolution. The window latch opened at my touch, having been loosened during one of my previous reconnoitering expeditions. I raised the sash with infinite care, testing each inch of movement to ensure it made no sound that might alert Mr. Pemberton to my presence. Cold night air flowed into the warm study, carrying with it the scent of autumn leaves and distant chimney smoke. But Mr. Pemberton did not notice. He was absorbed in his writing, completely unaware that death had entered his sanctuary. For a long moment I stood frozen in the window frame, watching as his hand moved across the page, listening to that terrible, familiar sound that had haunted my days and nights. The pen caught the lamplight as it moved, its silver surface gleaming like a serpent's scale. Each click seemed to pierce my consciousness with physical force, as though the sound had taken on substance and weight. Click, 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 click. In that moment, all the rage and frustration of the past months crystallized into a single, overwhelming urge for violence. The pen seemed to mock me with its mechanical persistence, its utter indifference to the suffering it had caused. I could bear it no longer, the sound, the sight, the knowledge that it would continue forever unless I acted to stop it. I stepped through the window into the study. Mr. Pemberton looked up from his papers at the sound of my entry, his pale eyes widening with surprise and alarm. For a heartbeat, we stared at each other across the lamplight, predator and prey, tormentor and victim, the roles reversed in this moment of ultimate confrontation. "My dear fellow," he began, half rising from his chair, "what are you doing here? How did you—" I sprang upon him before he could finish the question. The old man was taken completely by surprise, his frail body no match for a younger man driven by desperate fury. We struggled briefly. He managed to call out once, a cry of alarm that echoed through the empty house. But within moments, I had him pinned upon the floor, my hands around his throat. His eyes bulged with terror and incomprehension as I tightened my grip. He gasped for air that would not come, his legs thrashing weakly against the carpet. But even as life ebbed from his body, even as his struggles grew feebler, his right hand continued to clutch that accursed fountain pen, and still it clicked. Even in his death throes, Mr. Pemberton's thumb continued to work the pen's mechanism in nervous spasms. Click, 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 growing fainter but never ceasing as consciousness faded from his eyes. It was as though the sound had become so much a part of him that it would continue until the very moment of death, and perhaps beyond. I pressed harder, my fingers digging into his throat, willing him to die quickly, so that the terrible clicking might finally cease. His face turned purple, then blue. His tongue protruded grotesquely from between his lips. A rattling sound emerged from his compressed windpipe, but still, underneath it all, that maddening rhythm continued. It was not until several minutes after his heart had stopped that the clicking finally ceased. The pen fell from his lifeless fingers and rolled across the carpet, coming to rest beside the leg of his desk like some small, harmless artifact that could never have caused the havoc it had wreaked upon my sanity. I knelt there beside his corpse, breathing heavily, waiting for the sense of relief that I had expected to accompany my liberation from that torturous sound. But no relief came. Instead, I felt only a growing emptiness, a hollow sensation in my chest where the constant clicking had synchronized itself with my heartbeat for so many months. The silence was complete, and somehow more terrible than the sound had ever been. But my work was far from finished. The body must be disposed of, the evidence of my crime concealed. I could not leave him to be discovered by the housekeeper in the morning, nor could I attempt to remove the corpse without risking detection by some late-night passerby. No, I must be clever, methodical, thorough in my concealment. The study floor was constructed of wide oak planks, well seasoned and tightly fitted. Working with tools I had brought for this purpose, I carefully pried up several boards, revealing the dark cavity beneath. The soil was soft and yielding, easy to excavate with my hands and a small spade. I dug throughout the night, creating a grave directly beneath Mr. Pemberton's desk. When the hole was deep enough, I lowered his body into the earth, arranged his limbs in a peaceful posture, and began to shovel soil over his remains. But as I worked, something strange occurred. From the depths of the grave came a sound, faint at first, barely perceptible, but growing gradually stronger and more distinct. It was clicking. Not the sharp, metallic click of the fountain pen, but something softer, more organic. A rhythmic pulsing that seemed to emanate from Mr. Pemberton's buried form. I told myself it was imagination, the product of guilt and exhaustion, playing tricks upon my overwrought senses. But as I continued to shovel earth into the grave, the sound grew more pronounced, more regular, more unmistakably real. Click, 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 click. It was his heart, still beating beneath the soil, refusing to acknowledge death, continuing its vital rhythm, even as earth filled his lungs and covered his staring eyes. The sound that had tormented me in life was now pursuing me beyond death, more terrible and inexorable than ever before. I threw the remaining earth into the grave with frantic haste, replaced the floorboards, cleaned away all traces of my nocturnal excavation. But through it all, that ghastly clicking continued, muffled by soil and wood but never silenced, never stilled. By dawn, the study appeared exactly as it had before my arrival. Mr. Pemberton's papers lay scattered across his desk, his lamp had burned low in its socket, and no sign remained of the violence that had taken place within those walls. But beneath the floorboards, the clicking continued. I departed as stealthily as I had arrived, locking the garden gate behind me and making my way through the empty streets to my own lodgings. But even there, even at such a distance from the scene of my crime, I could hear that terrible rhythm echoing in my consciousness. Click, 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 click. The next day brought the expected inquiries. Mr. Pemberton had failed to appear at our offices for the first time in 20 years. Concerned clients had made inquiries. The police had been summoned to investigate his disappearance. I played my part with appropriate bewilderment and concern. Where could my partner have gone? What urgent business might have called him away without notice? Perhaps some family emergency, though I knew of no living relatives, or some sudden illness that had rendered him incapable of sending word. The authorities searched his house thoroughly, but found no signs of struggle or disturbance. His bed had not been slept in, but his study showed evidence of recent occupation. Clearly, he had been working late and had then departed on some unknown errand. Days passed, then weeks. The investigation gradually lost momentum as no new evidence came to light. Mr. Pemberton was declared missing, presumed deceased due to misadventure or natural causes. I inherited his share of our business and took possession of his house, as stipulated in our partnership agreement. And still, from beneath the floorboards of his study came that relentless clicking. I tried to ignore it, to convince myself that it was merely the settling of old timbers or the scurrying of mice in the walls. But the sound was too regular, too familiar, too perfectly synchronized with the rhythm that had haunted me for months. Click, 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 click. It grew louder as the days passed, more insistent, more accusatory. Sometimes, late at night, I would kneel on the study floor and press my ear to the boards, listening to that buried heartbeat that refused to acknowledge death. The sound began to affect my daily life, much as the original clicking had done. I lost sleep, lost appetite, lost the ability to concentrate on business matters. Clients remarked upon my haggard appearance and distracted demeanor. I began to avoid the study entirely, conducting my affairs from other rooms in the house. But the clicking followed me wherever I went. In the parlor, I could hear it through the ceiling above. In the kitchen, it seemed to rise from the floorboards beneath my feet. In my bedroom on the second floor, it drifted up through the walls like the voice of conscience made audible. I consulted Dr. Crawford again, hoping for some medical explanation for this auditory persecution. Guilt, he pronounced after examining me thoroughly. You blame yourself for your partner's disappearance, though logic tells you there was nothing you could have done to prevent it. The mind, under such stress, can create remarkably vivid hallucinations. Hallucinations. If only he knew the truth, that what I heard was no phantom of a guilty conscience, but the actual beating of a murdered man's heart, continuing its rhythmic pulse in defiance of death itself. I began to drink heavily, hoping that alcohol might dull my hypersensitive hearing, but whiskey only seemed to amplify the sound, making it louder and more distinct until it thundered in my ears like cannon fire. Sleep became impossible. I would lie awake night after night, listening to that buried heartbeat that had become the soundtrack of my existence. Click, 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 click marking time like some infernal metronome that counted down the moments until my inevitable discovery and punishment. For I began to realize that the clicking was not random, but purposeful. It was a signal, a code, a message being transmitted from beyond the grave. Mr. Pemberton's heart was calling out for justice, demanding that his murder be acknowledged and his murderer brought to account. I tried to muffle the sound by covering the study floor with thick carpets and heavy furniture. But nothing could silence that persistent rhythm that seemed to penetrate every barrier I erected against it. The clicking began to synchronize itself with my own heartbeat, just as the original pen clicking had done. But now the two rhythms created a terrible counterpoint, my living pulse racing with fear and guilt, while the buried heart maintained its steady, accusatory beat. Click, 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 click. I knew that I was losing my sanity, that the guilt and horror of my crime were driving me toward complete mental collapse. But knowledge of my condition brought no relief. If anything, it made the torment worse, for I understood that there could be no escape from the sound that had become my constant companion. Months passed. The clicking grew louder, more insistent, more impossible to ignore. I began to fear that others could hear it too. That clients and servants could detect the buried heartbeat that proclaimed my guilt to the world. During business meetings, I would watch my visitors' faces anxiously, searching for any sign that they heard the sound that thundered so loudly in my own ears. But they showed no awareness of it, conducted their affairs normally, betrayed no suspicion that they were sitting directly above the grave of a murdered man. This only convinced me further that I was going mad, that the clicking existed nowhere but in my own tormented consciousness, a product of guilt made audible by a mind that could no longer distinguish between reality and hallucination. But mad or sane, the sound continued. Day and night, sleeping and waking, it provided the constant soundtrack of my existence. Click, 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 the beating of a dead man's heart that refused to acknowledge its own mortality. Then came the day when the police returned. I was sitting in the parlor, trying unsuccessfully to concentrate on some business correspondence, when I heard the knock at the front door. Through the window, I could see two uniformed officers and a man in civilian dress whom I recognized as Detective Morrison of the City Constabulary. My blood turned to ice in my veins. They had come for me at last. Somehow, some way, they had discovered evidence of my crime. Perhaps a neighbor had seen me entering Mr. Pemberton's garden that fateful night. Perhaps some physical evidence had come to light that pointed to my guilt. "Good afternoon, Mr. Harrison," Detective Morrison said when I answered the door. "We're sorry to trouble you again, but we've received some new information regarding your partner's disappearance. Might we have a word?" I invited them in, trying to maintain an appearance of calm, while my heart raced with terror. The clicking from the study seemed to grow louder as they entered the house, as though Mr. Pemberton's buried heart sensed the presence of justice and was calling out for attention. "We've been contacted by a gentleman from New York," Detective Morrison explained as we seated ourselves in the parlor. "He claims to have had business dealings with Mr. Pemberton on the very day of his disappearance. According to this witness, your partner was expecting to meet with certain clients that evening regarding a substantial purchase. Click, 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 click. The sound from the study was becoming unbearable, thundering in my ears with such volume that I could barely concentrate on the detective's words. Surely they must hear it too, that terrible rhythm that proclaimed my guilt more clearly than any confession. I know nothing of such a meeting," I managed to say, my voice strained with the effort of speaking normally, while that buried heart pounded its accusation through the floorboards. "Perhaps we might examine Mr. Pemberton's appointment book," Detective Morrison suggested. "It should still be in his study, I believe." His study? They wanted to enter the very room where their victim lay buried, where his heart continued its posthumous testimony to my crime. I could not allow it. The sound would surely give me away, would drive me to confession or complete madness. But I had no choice. To refuse would arouse suspicion, would suggest that I had something to hide in that room. I must accompany them. I must maintain my composure while they searched for clues directly above my victim's grave. "Of course," I said, rising on unsteady legs. "This way, gentlemen." I led them down the hallway toward the study, each step bringing us closer to that source of accusatory sound. The clicking grew louder with every pace, until it seemed to shake the very walls of the house with its terrible rhythm. Click, 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 click. How could they not hear it? How could they remain oblivious to that thunderous beating that filled the air around us like the tolling of funeral bells? We entered the study, and I watched in terror as the officers began their examination. They moved carefully through the room, checking papers, opening drawers, examining every surface for clues to Mr. Pemberton's fate. And all the while, from directly beneath their feet came that damning rhythm that seemed to cry out for justice with every beat. Click, 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 click. The sound was growing louder still, more insistent, more impossible to ignore. Surely, now they must hear it, that buried heart that beat in time with my own guilty pulse. Detective Morrison knelt beside the desk, examining some papers he had found in the lower drawer. He was positioned directly above the grave, his ear mere inches from the floorboards that concealed my victim's remains. The clicking reached a crescendo, thundering through my consciousness with such force that I could no longer think, could no longer breathe, could no longer maintain the pretense of innocence that had protected me for so many months. "Can't you hear it?" I cried, pressing my hands to my ears in a futile attempt to block out that terrible sound. That clicking, that infernal clicking that never stops. The officers looked at me with alarm and confusion. Detective Morrison rose from his position beside the desk, his expression showing the first signs of suspicion. "Hear what, Mr. Harrison?" he asked carefully. "What clicking?" "His heart," I screamed, all restraint finally abandoned. "Mr. Pemberton's heart. It's still beating, still clicking like that accursed pen of his. Listen, can't you hear it? Click, 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 click." I threw myself upon the floor, clawing at the boards with my fingernails, trying to reach the source of that maddening sound. "He's down there. I buried him down there. But his heart won't stop. It won't stop clicking." The officers seized me before I could damage the floorboards, holding my arms while I struggled against their grip. But even restrained, even faced with certain discovery, I could not stop the words from pouring out of me. I killed him. I confess. I murdered Theodore Pemberton because of his pen, that clicking pen that drove me mad. But death hasn't silenced it. His heart still beats with the same rhythm. Listen, listen. Detective Morrison nodded to his men, who began prying up the floorboards I had indicated. Within minutes, they had uncovered the makeshift grave, revealing the decomposed remains of my victim. But as the earth was cleared away, as Mr. Pemberton's body was finally exposed to light after months of burial, the clicking stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, more complete than any quiet I had ever experienced. The sound that had tormented me for so long, had driven me to murder and then to madness, simply ceased to exist. They found the fountain pen still clutched in the dead man's skeletal fingers, its broken mechanism forever stilled. But there was no heartbeat, no clicking, no sound of any kind except the whisper of wind through the open window and the harsh breathing of the officers who stared down at the evidence of my crime. The clicking had existed only in my mind, a product of guilt and madness that had seemed more real than reality itself. But understanding this brought no comfort, no relief from the horror of what I had done. For I had learned a terrible truth, that some sounds once heard can never be silenced. They echo in the chambers of memory long after their source has been destroyed, growing louder with time rather than fainter, until they become the very heartbeat of existence itself. They led me away then to the courthouse where I would be tried, to the prison where I would await my fate. But even as the iron doors closed behind me, even as I was stripped of freedom and dignity and hope, I could hear it beginning again, faint at first, like a distant echo of what once was. Click, 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 click. The sound that had destroyed my sanity, that had driven me to murder, that had ultimately brought about my downfall. It was returning, growing stronger with each passing hour. For I understood now that it was not Mr. Pemberton's heart I heard, nor the broken mechanism of his fountain pen, but something far more fundamental and inescapable. It was the sound of my own guilt made audible, the rhythm of a conscience that could never be silenced, the beating of a heart that had chosen murder over madness and found only a deeper, more terrible madness in return. They tried me and found me guilty, though the defense attorney argued eloquently that no man in his right mind would commit murder over something so trivial as the clicking of a pen. The judge, in pronouncing sentence, spoke of the peculiar nature of my case, the way in which a minor irritation had grown into homicidal mania. But they did not understand, none of them understood, that it was not the sound itself that had driven me to kill, but what the sound represented. The arbitrary nature of suffering, the way in which fate could seize upon the smallest flaw and magnify it into something monstrous, the helplessness of being at the mercy of forces beyond one's control. I write these words now in my cell, awaiting the day when they will lead me to the gallows. The clicking has returned in full force, no longer the sharp metallic sound of Mr. Pemberton's broken pen, but something deeper and more organic, the rhythm of my own guilty heart as it counts down the remaining beats of my life. Click, 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 click. It will continue, I know, until my heart stops beating altogether. And perhaps it will continue even after that, joining the chorus of accusatory sounds that echo through eternity, the guilty hearts of all murderers beating out their confessions in the darkness beyond death. For some sounds once heard can never be unheard. Some guilt once earned can never be forgiven. Some hearts once stained with innocent blood can never beat in peace again. The pen clicks, the heart beats. The truth, once buried, will always find a way to surface. And I am mad. Mad with guilt, mad with the sound of my own heartbeat, mad with the knowledge that no grave is deep enough to silence the voice of conscience, and no crime so perfectly concealed that it will not eventually cry out for justice. Listen, do you hear it? The beating of the guilty heart? It sounds just like this. Click, 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 click. They say that when they found me the next morning, I was pressing my ear to the stone floor of my cell, listening to something only I could hear. They say I was smiling, not with joy, but with the terrible satisfaction of a man who had finally understood the nature of his punishment. For I had realized, in that moment of ultimate clarity, that the clicking would never stop. It would follow me to the scaffold, accompany me into whatever realm awaits beyond death, provide the eternal soundtrack to my damnation. The heart beats, the guilt endures, the sound goes on forever. Click, 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 click. They say that when they found me the next morning, I was pressing my ear to the stone floor of my cell, listening to something only I could hear. They say I was smiling, not with joy, but with the terrible satisfaction of a man who had finally understood the nature of his punishment. For I had realized, in that moment of ultimate clarity, that the clicking would never stop. It would follow me to the scaffold, accompany me into whatever realm awaits beyond death, provide the eternal soundtrack to my damnation. The heart beats, the guilt endures, the sound goes on forever. Click, 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 click. But let me tell you of the days that followed my arrest, the weeks of waiting that stretched before my trial, the slow descent into a madness so complete that even the prison physicians could not fathom its depths. The cell they gave me was small, cramped, with walls of gray stone that wept moisture in the humid summer air. A single barred window, set high in the wall, admitted a weak rectangle of light during the daylight hours. At night, darkness was absolute, save for the flickering flame of a candle that the guards would replace each evening. It was in this tomb-like chamber that I first began to understand the true extent of my punishment. For the clicking that had driven me to murder, that had tormented me before and after my crime, was not content to remain a memory. It had taken up permanent residence in my consciousness, growing stronger and more insistent with each passing hour. During the day, when the sounds of the prison filtered through my window, the clanging of cell doors, the shuffle of prisoners' feet, the shouted commands of guards, I could sometimes convince myself that the clicking was merely an echo of these external noises. But when night fell and silence descended upon the prison, the truth became inescapable. Click, 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 click. The sound was as real as the stones that surrounded me, as constant as my own breathing, as inescapable as the bars that held me captive. It came not from any external source, but from within, pulsing through my veins, resonating in my bones, keeping time with the guilty rhythm of my heart. I tried everything to silence it. I stuffed torn pieces of my mattress into my ears, wrapped my head in the coarse blanket they had given me, even pressed my palms so tightly against my ears that I left bruises on my skull. But nothing could block that internal metronome that had become the sound of my own damnation. The prison physician, Dr. Hartwell, visited me regularly during those early weeks. He was a kindly man, well-meaning, but utterly unable to comprehend the nature of my affliction. "You are suffering from what we term auditory hallucinations," he explained during one of his examinations. "They are not uncommon among prisoners facing execution, particularly those who have committed crimes of passion. The mind, you see, creates these phantom sounds as a manifestation of guilt and fear." I tried to explain to him that what I heard was not a hallucination, but something far more real and terrible. The clicking was the sound of justice itself, the rhythm of divine retribution that would follow me into eternity. But he merely nodded sympathetically and prescribed tonics that had no effect upon the supernatural torment that possessed me. It was during one of these sleepless nights, as I lay listening to that accursed clicking that seemed to emanate from the very walls of my cell, that I began to understand its true significance. The sound was not random, not arbitrary. It was a code, a message being transmitted through the medium of my own guilt. I began to count the clicks, to analyze their patterns, to search for meaning in their endless repetition. 3 quick clicks, a pause, then 3 more. Over and over, with mathematical precision, as though some invisible intelligence was trying to communicate with me through this auditory torture. Gradually, the message became clear. The 3 clicks represented the trinity of my crime: the thought, the act, and the consequence. The pause between each sequence marked the moment of choice, the instant when I might have turned back from my terrible purpose, but chose instead to proceed. And the endless repetition reminded me that some acts can never be undone. Some choices can never be unmade. This revelation brought no peace, no sense of understanding that might have provided comfort in my final days. Instead, it filled me with a horror so profound that I began to question whether I had truly gone mad, or whether I had glimpsed some fundamental truth about the nature of guilt and punishment that mortal minds are not meant to comprehend. The clicking grew louder as my trial approached. What had once been merely audible became thunderous, drowning out the voices of my attorney when he came to discuss my defense, making it impossible to concentrate on the legal proceedings that would determine my fate. My lawyer, Mr. Blackstone, was a competent man who had handled many capital cases. He proposed to argue that I had been driven to temporary insanity by the constant irritation of Mr. Pemberton's pen clicking, that no rational person would commit murder over such a trivial matter. "The jury will understand," he assured me during one of our meetings. "They will see that you were not responsible for your actions, that you were the victim of a peculiar form of mental disturbance that robbed you of your reason." But I knew better. I knew that my actions had been entirely rational, given the unbearable nature of my torment. The clicking had not driven me to madness. It had revealed to me the terrible clarity that comes when a man finally accepts the full weight of his own evil. During the trial itself, the clicking reached such a crescendo that I could barely hear the testimony of the witnesses, the arguments of the attorneys, the judge's instructions to the jury. The courtroom seemed to dissolve around me, replaced by a universe of sound in which only that rhythmic beating existed. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. The prosecutor painted me as a cold-blooded killer who had murdered his partner for financial gain. The defense portrayed me as a victim of nervous exhaustion who had snapped under pressure. But neither version of events captured the true nature of what had transpired. I had not killed Mr. Pemberton for money, nor had I been driven temporarily insane. I had committed murder as an act of desperate self-defense, not against any physical threat, but against a sound that had become more unbearable than death itself. When they asked me to speak in my own defense, I tried to explain about the clicking, about the way it had synchronized itself with my heartbeat, about the terrible necessity that had driven me to my crime. But the words came out as ravings, the disconnected utterances of a madman, and I saw in the jurors' faces that they had already made their decision. Guilty. The verdict was pronounced with the same rhythmic certainty as the clicking that filled my consciousness. Guilty on all counts. guilty beyond any possibility of redemption or forgiveness. The judge sentenced me to hang, the date set for exactly 1 month from the day of my conviction. As he spoke the words that sealed my doom, the clicking seemed to quicken, as though it too was counting down the days, hours, and minutes until my appointment with the gallows. Back in my cell, the sound took on new dimensions. What had once been merely audible became tactile, as though the clicking was not just heard but felt through every nerve in my body. My skin began to twitch in rhythm with the sound, my muscles contracting and relaxing in time with that infernal beat. I found myself moving to its rhythm, pacing my cell in time with the clicks, tapping my fingers against the stone walls, even breathing in synchronization with that omnipresent pulse. It was as though my entire being had become an instrument, tuned to the frequency of my own guilt. The prison chaplain, Father McKenna, visited me regularly during those final weeks. He was determined to save my soul, to bring me to a state of repentance that might earn me divine forgiveness before my execution. "Confess your sins, my son," he would urge me, his kind eyes filled with genuine concern for my spiritual welfare. "Acknowledge your crime before God. Ask for his mercy, and you may yet find peace in your final moments." But how could I explain to him that my confession had already been made, that it was being repeated constantly in the clicking that filled every moment of my existence? God had already heard my admission of guilt, had already pronounced his judgment, had already begun my punishment in the form of this auditory torment that would follow me beyond the grave. "I hear my confession every moment of every day," I told him. "It speaks to me in a language older than words, more certain than prayer. Listen, can't you hear it? The voice of justice itself." But Father McKenna heard only the silence that surrounded us, broken occasionally by the distant sounds of prison life. He could not perceive the supernatural tribunal that had taken up residence in my consciousness, could not hear the divine verdict being pronounced over and over in that rhythmic clicking that had become the soundtrack of my damnation. As my execution date approached, the clicking began to change in character. What had once been sharp and metallic, like the sound of Mr. Pemberton's broken pen, became deeper and more organic. It was as though the mechanical rhythm was being replaced by something more fundamental, the beating of a heart that had chosen evil and must now pay the price for that choice. My own heart began to synchronize with this phantom pulse, creating a terrible harmony that seemed to shake the very foundations of reality. I could feel my life force ebbing away with each beat, could sense my soul preparing to depart this world and enter whatever realm of punishment awaited beyond. The night before my execution, the clicking reached its final crescendo. Every sound in the universe seemed to resolve into that single, overwhelming rhythm that pounded through my consciousness with the force of a physical blow. I lay on my narrow cot, no longer fighting the sound but embracing it, accepting it as the voice of my own conscience made manifest. Click, 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 click. And in that moment of ultimate acceptance, I finally understood the true nature of my punishment. The clicking was not separate from me. It was me, the essential rhythm of a soul that had chosen murder over mercy, violence over virtue. It would continue as long as I existed, in this world or any other, the eternal soundtrack to my guilt. They came for me at dawn, the guards with their heavy keys and somber faces. As they led me from my cell toward the scaffold, I walked in perfect time with the clicking that filled my consciousness. Each step matched the rhythm that had become my heartbeat, my breathing, my very essence. The gallows stood in the prison courtyard, its wooden frame silhouetted against the gray morning sky. A small crowd had gathered to witness my execution. Officials, reporters, a few curious citizens who had obtained permission to observe the proceedings. As I mounted the steps to the platform, the clicking reached a volume I had never experienced before. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the wooden planks beneath my feet, from the air around me, from the hearts and minds of every person present. The entire universe had become an instrument playing the rhythm of my guilt. The executioner placed the noose around my neck with professional efficiency. The chaplain offered a final prayer for my soul. The warden read the official pronouncement of my sentence, but I heard none of it clearly, for the clicking had become so loud that it drowned out all other sounds. As I stood there on the scaffold, waiting for the trapdoor to open beneath my feet, I realized that death would not silence this internal rhythm. It would simply carry it with me into whatever realm awaited beyond. The last thing I remember before the trapdoor opened was the sound of my own heartbeat, synchronizing one final time with the clicking that had destroyed my life and my sanity. Click, 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 and then silence. But not the blessed silence of cessation, not the peaceful quiet of oblivion. This was the silence of anticipation, the pause between one kind of existence and another, the moment when one form of torment ends and another begins. For I understand now, as I write these words in whatever realm I currently inhabit, that the clicking was never truly silenced. It followed me beyond death, beyond judgment, beyond any possibility of escape or redemption. Some sounds once heard echo through eternity. Some guilt once earned can never be absolved. Some hearts once stained with innocent blood will beat out their shame forever, in whatever darkness lies beyond the grave. The clicking continues. It will always continue, and I listen to it still, marking time in a place where time has no meaning, counting the rhythm of my own damnation for all eternity. Click, 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 click. Echo chamber. I have not slept since the river took her. Not truly slept, though my body may lie prostrate upon the narrow cot in this chamber of wood and wire, my eyes closed as if in slumber, my breath shallow and measured like that of a man at peace. But peace, peace is a luxury denied to those who have looked upon the face of death and found it wearing the visage of one beloved. No, my mind, that restless and accursed engine, labors ever through the black watches of the night, grinding the same terrible images into dust, only to reassemble them with fresh torment at each turn of the hour. It is for this reason, this ceaseless gnawing vigil, that I have taken refuge in the highest room of this decaying manor, an attic long abandoned to moths and memory, which I have lately transformed into a sanctuary of sound, or rather of its careful surgical excision. For I am Silas Vaughan, once known in those distant days when men still spoke my name without pity, as an inventor of acoustic marvels, devices that could capture the fleeting sigh of a violin or the murmur of a lover's vow and fix them, as if by sorcery, upon the soft flesh of wax. And now, in my desolation, I employ these same arts not for wonder, but for resurrection. Before me, upon a table scarred by acid and ink, rests the object of my obsession, a single Edison phonograph, its brass fittings tarnished to the color of old bruises, its diaphragm cracked like the shell of some forsaken egg. Upon its spindle turns a cylinder of brown wax, Eliza's final recording. She made it on the eve of her drowning, though I knew it not then. A keepsake, she had called it, smiling that fragile smile which always seemed to hold more sorrow than joy. In case I am ever far from you. God, how those words now coil about my heart like serpents. The cylinder is damaged, gouged, I believe, by the very fingers that once traced my cheek with such tenderness. A deep fissure runs its length, rendering much of the recording a hiss of static, a ghostly susurration like wind through a crypt. Yet, in the quieter passages, those rare moments when the crackle subsides, I swear I hear her voice, clear as dew upon a spider's web. Silas, remember. But what am I to remember? That is the question which gnaws at my reason, for memory, that treacherous faculty, shifts like river silt beneath my feet. Some days I recall her standing at the bank, her white dress fluttering like a surrender flag. Other days, I see only the water, black, implacable, swallowing her whole without a ripple. And always, always, the silence that followed. A silence so profound it seemed the world itself had ceased to breathe. I have played this cylinder 107 times. I count each revolution as a penitent counts his beads, and with each playback, I swear I note, subtle alterations in the sound. Yesterday, the static seemed to form a word. Why? Today, the pause between her phrases lengthened, as if she were listening, waiting for my reply. Fool, madman. You will say I am conjuring phantoms from noise, and perhaps you are right. Yet what is sound, if not the vibration of air made meaningful by a listening mind? And what is a ghost, if not a memory too potent to die? The room itself conspires in this delusion, or revelation. I have lined the walls with layers of felt and cork, hung heavy drapes over the single grime-caked window, stuffed the cracks beneath the door with rags. No external sound may enter here. This chamber is sealed as a tomb. And yet, there are sounds. Not from without, but from within the very fibers of the house. A faint ticking, like a clock with no hands. A sigh from the floorboards, as if the wood remembers the weight of her footsteps. And once, only once, I heard, beneath the phonograph's whirring, the soft, wet sound of something dragging through reeds. The sound of the riverbank at dusk. I tell myself it is the wind. But there is no wind in this sealed room. Tonight, I shall attempt a repair. With a needle finer than a surgeon's, I will fill the gouge in the wax with a compound of my own devising, beeswax and resin, mixed with a single drop of my own blood. Why not? Let my essence mingle with hers in this final communion. Perhaps then, the voice will speak plainly. Perhaps then, she will tell me what I must remember. Or perhaps, she will tell me what I already know. The lamp gutters. Shadows leap like specters upon the walls. I wind the phonograph spring, a slow, deliberate motion. Each click a heartbeat, counting down to revelation or ruin. I lower the needle, and the dead begin to speak. I had repaired the cylinder with hands steadier than my soul would allow. The beeswax resin mixture, into which I had indeed let fall that single crimson bead from my pricked finger, had set hard and smooth beneath the lamplight, gleaming like a scar healed over a wound too deep for flesh alone to close. It was near midnight when I wound the spring once more. My breath held as if in prayer, though to what God I knew not. Certainly not to any who would suffer a woman like Eliza to be claimed by the cold, indifferent river. The needle descended. The cylinder turned. At first, only the familiar hiss, The white noise of oblivion filled the chamber. Then, faint but unmistakable, her voice. "Silas, remember the lilacs?" Ah, the lilacs, how they bloomed that spring along the riverbank, their purple clusters heavy with dew, their scent so thick it clung to our clothes like a second skin. She had woven a crown of them for me once, laughing as she placed it upon my brow. King of melancholy, she'd called me, her eyes bright with affection and something else, something I now recognize as foreboding. I leaned closer, my ear nearly touching the horn, as if by proximity I might draw her spirit through the brass and into my very bones. The static ebbed. Her voice grew clearer, softer, more intimate than memory had preserved. You stood beneath them and watched. My blood turned to ice. I jerked back as though scalded. The chair overturned with a crash that echoed like a gunshot in the soundless room. Watched? What blasphemy was this? I had not watched. I had been in the study, poring over schematics for a new diaphragm design. Yes, that was the truth. I had heard the splash, run to the bank, and found only ripples spreading across the black water, and her shawl caught on a reed like a white flag of surrender. Yet why did my heart hammer so violently against my ribs, as if seeking escape from a cage of lies? Why did my palms sweat despite the attic's chill? Trembling, I rewound the cylinder, my fingers fumbling, the spring groaning in protest, and played it again. Silas, remember the lilacs? You stood beneath them and watched. There it was, unmistakable, deliberate, accusatory. "No," I whispered, then louder. "No, you are mistaken, Eliza. Or rather, the wax is flawed, the groove misread. It is my own guilt speaking, not yours." But even as I spoke, a terrible certainty took root in my mind. This phrase had not been there before. In 107 prior hearings, never once had she spoken of lilacs, or of watching. I played it a third time, a fourth. Each repetition carved the words deeper into my skull until they pulsed behind my eyes like a second heartbeat. You stood and watched, and then silence. Not the silence of the recording ending. No, this was different. The phonograph still whirred. The needle still traced its spiral path, but the world beyond the attic. The world had gone mute. I had not noticed it at first, so consumed was I by the voice in the horn. But now, as I stood panting in the center of the room, I perceived the absence with dreadful clarity. No wind in the eaves. No distant hoot of an owl. No creak of the old house settling into its bones. Even the river, usually a low, ceaseless murmur through the valley, had fallen utterly still, as if holding its breath in horror at what had just been spoken. I stumbled to the window, tore aside the heavy drapes, and pressed my face to the glass. The night was clear, the moon a cold silver disk above the skeletal trees. Below, the river lay black and glassy, reflecting nothing. Not a ripple, not a sigh. And then I saw it, or rather, I felt it, a flicker of movement at the edge of vision. Down by the bank where the lilacs once grew, now long drowned or uprooted, a figure stood, tall, still, facing the house. My breath fogged the pain. I blinked, and it was gone. A trick of the moonlight, I muttered, though my voice sounded thin and false even to my own ears. A shadow cast by the yew tree. But the yew stood 50 yards east of that spot. I turned from the window, my back to the glass, as if by not looking I could unsee what I had seen. My eyes fell upon the phonograph. The cylinder had finished its rotation. The needle rested at the end, quivering slightly, as though exhausted by revelation. And then, a new sound. Not from the machine, from the walls. A soft, wet dragging, like cloth pulled through mud. It came from the far corner near the stack of discarded diaphragms. I froze. The sound ceased. "Eliza," I called, my voice cracking like dry timber. No answer. Only the oppressive, suffocating silence of a world that had sealed its lips. I spent the remainder of the night huddled in the corner opposite the phonograph, a blanket pulled over my head like a child afraid of thunder. But there was no thunder, only the silence, thick and heavy as a shroud. And within that silence, my thoughts raced like rats in a cage. You stood beneath the lilacs. You saw her fall. You did not move. Had I? Memory, that fickle and treacherous servant, began to shift its sands. I recalled the scent of lilacs that afternoon, the warmth of the sun on my neck, the sound of her humming as she walked toward the river. And then, a flash, my own hand gripping the windowsill of the study, my eyes fixed on her white dress as she stepped too close to the crumbling bank, the sudden lurch of earth, her cry cut short, and me standing there, watching, too stunned to run, too paralyzed by some cowardly instinct to cry out. Oh, God! Was it true? Had I let her die while I stood like a statue beneath the lilacs, my mind still tangled in equations and frequencies? A sob tore from my throat, raw, animal, desperate. I pressed my fists to my temples as if I might crush the memory before it crushed me. And in that moment of abject despair, the phonograph sprang to life. I had not wound it. Yet the cylinder turned, slowly, deliberately, and from the horn came not Eliza's voice, but my own. "I saw you fall," it whispered in perfect mimicry of my tone, my cadence, my very breath, and I did nothing. I screamed. I seized the machine, wrenched the cylinder free, and hurled it against the wall. It struck the cork lining with a dull thud and fell to the floor, unbroken. The phonograph's spring unwound with a sigh, like a dying man releasing his last breath. Silence returned, but it was no longer empty. It was waiting. I sank to my knees, trembling, tears carving tracks through the dust on my cheeks. The truth, once glimpsed, could not be unseen. I had watched. I had failed her. And now, whether by madness or by some infernal justice, the dead would not let me forget. Outside, the first pale streaks of dawn touched the horizon, but no birds sang to greet it. The world remained mute, as if in mourning or in judgment. I gathered the cylinder from the floor. It felt warm in my hands, as though it had absorbed the fever of my guilt. I placed it back upon the spindle. Tonight, I would play it again, and I would listen, truly listen to what the dead have to say. In the days that followed the whispering of my own guilt from the horn, I resolved upon a course both scientific and sacrilegious. I would not merely listen to the dead, I would interrogate them. If Eliza's voice lingered in the grooves of wax, then it was but a matter of resonance, of frequency, of amplification. The soul, I reasoned, though reason had long since fled my chamber, is but vibration, thought made audible. And if thought can be captured, it can be clarified. Thus began my labor. I dismantled 3 of my finest phonographs, salvaging their diaphragms, their springs, their horns. From the cellar, I retrieved a set of tuning forks, C, G, D, tuned to the harmonic series I once believed could mimic the human larynx. Into glass tubes, I poured quicksilver, for its density would carry sound without distortion. I strung copper wires from wall to wall, connecting fork to diaphragm to horn in a web of gleaming intent. At the center of it all, I mounted Eliza's cylinder upon a spindle of my own design, suspended in a cradle of silk threads to eliminate friction. I called it the resonance clarifier, but in my heart, I knew it for what it was, a seance machine. On the third night of construction, as I soldered the final joint, a memory seized me, not gently, as recollection ought, but like a hand clamped over my mouth, dragging me backward through time. It was spring. The lilacs bloomed in riotous profusion along the riverbank, their perfume so thick it made the air sweet and heavy as wine. Eliza stood beneath them, her back to me, sketching in her leather-bound journal. She had taken to drawing the river lately, its currents, its eddies, the way light fractured upon its surface. "It is alive," she had told me once, her eyes distant. "It breathes. It hungers." I had laughed, kissed her temple, and returned to my workshop, dismissing her words as poetic fancy. But that afternoon, I watched her from the study window, not with love, not with concern, but with the detached curiosity of a man observing a natural phenomenon. She stepped closer to the bank, where the earth had grown soft from recent rains. Her slipper sank into the mud. She laughed, a bright, clear sound, and reached for a fallen branch to steady herself. Then the earth gave way. She cried out, not in terror but in surprise, as if the river had played a trick upon her. Her arms windmilled. Her journal flew open, pages fluttering like wounded birds. And I stood frozen, not because I did not care, oh God, no, but because in that instant I was a boy again, 8 years old, watching my younger brother slip beneath the mill pond's green scum, his hand reaching, while I stood on the bank too terrified to move, too certain that if I entered that water, I too would be swallowed. The memory struck me like a blow to the chest. The smell of algae, the gurgle of bubbles, the silence after his hand vanished. So I watched Eliza fall. I watched the river take her. And when her white dress disappeared beneath the black surface, I did not run. I did not shout. I turned from the window and walked, calmly, deliberately, back to my workbench where I adjusted the tension on a diaphragm spring as if nothing had occurred. Only when the silence grew too profound did I go to the bank. Only then did I find her shawl, snagged on a reed like a ghost's farewell. The soldering iron slipped from my fingers, searing my thigh. I barely felt the pain. The memory had left me gasping, drenched in sweat, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. So it was true. I had not merely seen, I had chosen the safety of my workshop over the peril of the river. Chosen the illusion of control over the chaos of love. And Eliza had known. That was why she recorded the message, not as a keepsake, but as an accusation. With trembling hands, I completed the clarifier. I wound the spring. I adjusted the tuning forks to vibrate at the frequency of the human voice in distress, a frequency I had measured years ago during experiments with weeping subjects. How cruelly that data now served me. I lowered the needle. The cylinder turned. The forks hummed. The mercury trembled in its tubes. And then, her voice, clearer than ever before, stripped of static, intimate as a breath against my ear. "Silas, you let me drown because you were afraid." I staggered back, clutching my chest as if the words had pierced it. "No," I cried. "I loved you. You loved your silence more." The voice interrupted, calm, devastating. "You loved your machines, your order, your quiet. The river was chaos, and chaos frightened you." Tears streamed down my face. She was right. Every word was a scalpel, flaying me bare. "What would you have me do?" I sobbed. "Go to the river now? Throw myself in?" Would that satisfy you? The recording continued, indifferent to my plea. You built a chamber to keep the world out, but you could not keep me in. I am in the wires now, in the hum of the springs, in the silence between your heartbeats. The forks began to vibrate of their own accord, though the cylinder had ceased turning. The mercury rose in the tubes, forming perfect, trembling spheres. The copper wires sang with a high, thin note, like the ringing in one's ears after a great explosion. And then, from the far wall, came a new sound. Drip, drip, drip. I turned slowly. Water seeped from the baseboard, black, reeking of river mud. It spread across the floorboards, glistening in the lamplight like oil. "Eliza," I whispered. The dripping ceased. The mercury fell. The wires went silent. Only the phonograph remained active, though I had not rewound it. The cylinder spun again, faster now, the needle skipping across the groove like a stone upon water. And the voice, no longer hers, but a chorus of whispers, hissing from every corner of the room, spoke a single phrase over and over in perfect unison. "You were watching. You were watching. You were watching." I covered my ears, but the sound was inside my skull. I fell to my knees in the spreading pool of river water, my sobs lost in the cacophony of my own guilt made audible. The clarifier had worked. Too well. It had not clarified the dead. It had awakened them, and they would not be silenced. After that night of the clarifier's dreadful success, I resolved to destroy the cylinder. Not merely discard it. No, that would be insufficient. I would annihilate it, reduce it to dust, scatter its atoms to the four winds so that not even memory might reassemble it. At dawn, I took the wax disc in my hands, still damp with river water, though the floor had long since dried, and carried it to the hearth in the library below. The fire had burned low, but embers glowed like the eyes of buried beasts. I cast the cylinder into the flames. It did not melt. Instead, it lay upon the coals, blackening but intact, and from its core issued a low, mournful hum. Eliza's voice, wordless yet unmistakable, rising with the smoke. The flames themselves seemed to recoil, as if repelled by the sanctity of her sorrow. Trembling, I seized the poker and crushed the cylinder beneath its iron weight. Wax splintered. The brass core bent. I ground it into the ash until nothing remained but fragments. Satisfied, foolishly satisfied, I returned to the attic, determined to dismantle the clarifier and restore silence to my life. But when I opened the door, the cylinder sat upon the spindle, whole, unblemished, gleaming as if newly cast. I stared. My breath caught in my throat like a fish on a hook. I approached slowly, half expecting it to vanish at my touch. But it was solid, cold, real. "This is madness," I whispered. "No," came the reply, not from the horn, but from the very air around me, soft as breath upon glass. "This is justice." I whirled about. The room was empty. Yet the voice had been closer than my own shadow. From that hour, the attic ceased to be a room and became a throat. I noticed it first in the walls. The cork lining, once smooth and deadened, now pulsed faintly, rhythmically, as if the house itself drew breath. The felt drapes swelled and contracted like lungs. Even the floorboards sighed beneath my feet, releasing puffs of dust that smelled of river mud and lilacs. And the sounds. Oh, the sounds multiplied and mutated. The phonograph played without winding. The needle descended of its own accord. The cylinder turned with a will not my own. But worse, far worse, were the voices that came from places no machine could reach. In the pipes behind the wall, you hesitated. In the creak of the floorboard near the window, you turned away. In the rustle of my own coat as I paced, you let me sink. I tore the coat from my body and flung it into the corner, but the voice followed me, whispering now from the folds of the blanket on my cot, from the pages of my notebooks, from the very air I inhaled. Sleep became impossible. Not because I feared dreams, but because the waking world had become a nightmare more vivid than any slumber could conjure. I would sit for hours in the center of the room, hands clasped over my ears, rocking back and forth like a child, chanting, "I am alone, I am alone, I am alone." But I was not alone. She was in the silence between my words. She was in the space behind my eyes. One evening, as I stared into the darkened horn of the phonograph, I saw something move within its brass throat, a flicker of white, like a hand reaching up from a well. I recoiled, knocking over a jar of tuning forks. They clattered to the floor, and as they struck the boards, each emitted a single pure note. And from each note, her voice emerged, layered and harmonized. "Silas, Silas, Silas." I gathered the forks and hurled them through the window. Glass shattered. The night swallowed their fall without a sound. But the next morning, they lay upon my workbench, clean, unbroken, arranged in perfect chromatic order. That was when I understood. The house was no longer mine. It belonged to her, to the river, to the silence I had cultivated so carefully, now turned against me like a blade. I tried to leave. I packed a satchel with bread and a flask of water, wrapped my coat about me, though it whispered as I moved, and descended the stairs. The front door stood open, a thing it never did, for I kept it bolted against the world. Hope, frail and foolish, fluttered in my chest. I stepped onto the porch. The world beyond was white, not with snow, but with silence so absolute it had taken visible form. The trees stood frozen in mid-sway. The river lay like a sheet of polished obsidian, reflecting nothing. No wind, no birds, no distant hum of life. And then I saw them. Figures, dozens of them, standing in the fields along the road beneath the skeletal oaks, all facing the house, all still as statues, all wearing white dresses. Eliza's dress. I stumbled back, slamming the door, bolting it with shaking hands. I pressed my ear to the wood. From outside came a sound like 1,000 breaths drawn at once, then silence. I fled to the attic and barred the door. I collapsed upon the cot, weeping, laughing, babbling prayers to gods I no longer believed in. The phonograph began to play. Not the cylinder. The machine itself, its gears grinding, its spring unwinding, its horn emitting a low guttural moan that was not Eliza's voice, nor mine, but something older, hungrier, born of water and regret. And as it moaned, the walls of the attic began to weep. Not water, wax. Thick, brown, glistening wax oozed from the seams between the boards, from the nail holes, from the pores of the wood itself. It pooled upon the floor, spreading toward me like a tide. I scrambled onto the workbench, clutching my knees to my chest as the wax rose around me. It carried with it the scent of lilacs and river mud and something else, a something metallic, like blood or rust. From the center of the pool, the cylinder rose, not floating, growing. Like a flower from dark soil, it emerged from the wax, whole and perfect, spinning slowly in the air, though nothing held it aloft. The needle descended, and her voice, clear, calm, final, filled the chamber. "You built this room to keep the world out. Now it will keep you in. Forever." The wax reached the edge of the workbench. I screamed, but no sound came out. For the silence had entered me, and it would not let go. The wax rose to the edge of the workbench, thick and slow as congealing blood. It did not burn, nor chill. It simply was a substance of pure memory, oozing from the very bones of the house, summoned by guilt too long denied. I crouched upon the scarred wood, my back pressed to the wall, my breath shallow and useless, for the air itself had grown heavy with the weight of unspoken truth. The cylinder hovered before me, spinning in midair, its surface gleaming like an eye. The needle, suspended above it, trembled, not with mechanical vibration, but with anticipation. "Speak," the voice commanded, not from the horn, not from the walls, but from the center of my own skull, as if my brain had become a diaphragm tuned to damnation. "Confess what you did." "I have confessed," I cried, my voice cracking like dry reed. "I watched, I froze, I let her drown. Is that not enough?" "No," came the reply, calm, inexorable. "You have told the facts, but you have not spoken the truth. What truth remains?" I sobbed. "What more is there?" The cylinder spun faster. The wax surged, lapping at the legs of the bench. And then, suddenly, I understood. It was not enough to admit I had seen her fall. The truth was darker, deeper. I had wanted her gone. Not in conscious thought, no. The mind shields itself from such monstrosities. But in the secret chambers of the heart, where love curdles into possession, where devotion becomes a cage. I had grown weary of her sorrow, her dreams of rivers and stars, her refusal to live within the quiet, ordered world I had built for us. She was too alive, too wild, too full of questions I could not answer with gears and wax. And so when the earth gave way, a part of me rejoiced, not in joy, but in relief. The silence she left behind was the silence I had always craved. Oh God, to name it is to damn oneself utterly. Yet the words rose in my throat like bile, burning, insistent, demanding release. "I did not only watch," I whispered, then louder, my voice raw with revelation. "I let her go, because her light was too bright for my shadows, because I preferred the echo to the voice." The moment the words left my lips, the cylinder shattered, not with a crash, but with a sigh, as if it had been holding its breath for years. Shards of wax and brass dissolved into mist, vanishing before they struck the floor. The wax receded. The walls ceased their weeping. For a single, blessed moment, silence returned, not the judgmental hush of before, but the true, empty quiet of absolution. I slid from the bench, fell to my knees in the damp residue, and wept, not in terror, but in grief, pure and unadulterated. At last, I mourned her not as a ghost, but as a woman I had failed in life. Then, the phonograph began to play. I had not touched it. The cylinder was gone. Yet the horn emitted a sound, soft, rhythmic, familiar, thump, 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 my own heartbeat, amplified, recorded, played back, and woven into its rhythm a new voice, Eliza's, but gentler now, almost tender. "You have spoken the truth. Now you may join me." "Join you?" I whispered. "In death?" "In silence," she replied. "The only place where love and guilt can rest together." Madness flared one last time, a final, desperate surge of the ego. I would not go quietly. I would not surrender to the river, to the wax, to the voice in my head. With a roar, I seized the phonograph, my masterpiece, my curse, and hurled it against the far wall. Brass shattered, gears scattered like broken teeth. The horn split in two, its mouth gaping like a silent scream. "Begone!" I shrieked. "I will not be haunted." The room fell still. I stood panting, triumphant, for 3 breaths. Then, from the shards of the horn, the voice returned, faint but clear. You cannot destroy me, Silas. I am not in the machine. It came from the tuning fork lying near my foot. I am not in the wax from the cork lining of the wall. I am not in the river from the floorboard beneath my heel. I am in you. And then I heard it, not with my ears, but within the marrow of my bones, the chambers of my heart, the folds of my brain. Join me in the silence. It was not a command. It was an invitation. And I was so very tired of noise, of lies, of living in a world where the dead speak clearer than the living. I walked to the window, the one I had shattered days ago, now inexplicably whole again, and looked down upon the river. Moonlight silvered its surface, and there, standing knee-deep in the current, was Eliza. Not drowned, not spectral, just waiting, her hand outstretched. The attic door stood open behind me. The stairs waited. The river called. I took one step forward, and the phonograph, though broken, played one final phrase, not from its horn, but from my own lips, as if my body had become the machine. I am coming, Eliza. And for the first time since her death, I meant it. Extract from the journal of Mr. Alistair Finch, solicitor to the estate of Silas Vaughan, October 17th, 18. I arrived at Vaughan Manor this morning, under gray skies and a persistent drizzle, tasked with inventorying the late inventor's effects for probate. The house stood as described in the coroner's report, shuttered, silent, and steeped in an atmosphere of profound desolation. No body was ever recovered, neither Vaughan's nor his wife's, though the river yielded a woman's shawl and, weeks later, a man's pocket watch, stopped at 3:17 a.m. The servants had long since fled, claiming the attic breathed at night. Superstitious nonsense, I thought, until I ascended the stairs. The upper chamber was precisely as Vaughan left it. Workbenches cluttered with brass instruments, walls lined with sound-deadening cork, heavy drapes drawn against the light. Yet the air was thick with the scent of lilacs and damp earth, a most unnatural combination for late autumn. Upon the central table sat a phonograph, shattered beyond repair. Gears lay scattered like bones. The horn was split cleanly in two, and yet, atop the spindle rested a single wax cylinder, intact, unmarked, gleaming faintly in the gloom. Curiosity overcame caution. I wound the spring, though it offered no resistance, as if already spent, and lowered the needle. Nothing played. Only silence. Not the absence of sound, but that peculiar weighted silence one feels in a room where a great sorrow has recently been spoken aloud. I stood there for some minutes, foolishly expecting, I know not what. A voice? A sigh? None came. As I turned to leave, I glanced back and saw it. The needle, though the spring was unwound and the cylinder motionless, trembled, not from vibration, but as if listening. I left the manor at once, locking the door behind me, though I doubt it matters. The dead do not require doors. I have sealed the cylinder in a lead-lined box and placed it in my office safe. I tell myself it is for preservation, but the truth is simpler. I cannot bear to hear what might play if by some accident of dust or draught the needle should fall again. For I am certain, though reason scoffs, that if one were to listen very closely, in the deepest hour of night, one would not hear a recording. One would hear a breath, and perhaps a whisper. You are watching. Addendum to the Journal of Mr. Alistair Finch. Continued, October 18th, 22nd, 18th. I returned to my office in town last evening, with the lead-lined box clutched to my chest like a stolen relic. Rain slicked the cobblestones, and gas lamps cast long, wavering shadows that seemed to lean toward me as I passed. I told myself it was fatigue. The manor had unnerved me more than I cared to admit. Yet sleep eluded me. Not from fear, surely not, but from a persistent, low-frequency hum that seemed to emanate from the safe in the corner of my study. I checked it thrice. Locked, sealed, undisturbed. Still, the sound remained. A vibration felt more in the molars than heard by the ear, like the memory of a tuning fork struck long ago. This morning, I sought out old Mrs. Gable, who once served as housekeeper at Vaughan Manor. She lives now in a cottage on the village outskirts, her mind frayed by age and what she calls the river dreams. She refused to see me at first, peering through lace curtains with eyes wide as saucers. But when I mentioned Eliza's name, the door creaked open. She offered tea gone cold and spoke in a voice like dry leaves skittering over stone. "Miss Eliza," she began, hands trembling around a chipped cup, "was never meant for that house, nor for him." I leaned forward. "Mr. Vaughan was devoted, was he not?" "Devoted." She let out a brittle laugh. "He loved her like a man loves a song he's recorded, more for the perfection of the copy than the soul who sang it. He'd sit for hours in that attic, playing her voice back, adjusting the diaphragm, muttering about clarity, but he never asked what she meant, only how it sounded." She fell silent, staring into the dregs of her tea as if reading omens. "Before she died," she whispered, "she painted, not with oils, no, with ink and river water. Strange things. The manor with eyes in the windows, the river coiled like a serpent around the lilacs, Mr. Vaughan standing beneath a tree with his hands bound in wire. She called them warnings. He called them hysterics, and locked the sketches in the cellar." "Did you see them?" I asked. "Once. After she vanished, I went down with a lantern, but the cellar was flooded, not with rain, mind you, but with black water that smelled of mud and lilacs. And the drawings, they were gone, washed away, I thought. But the next morning, I found one stuck to the attic door, damp, curling at the edges. It showed the phonograph, but the horn was a woman's throat and the cylinder was a heart wrapped in wire. She shuddered. I burned it, but the smoke, it sang. I left her cottage with more questions than answers, yet one truth settled in my bones. Eliza Vaughan was not merely a victim. She was a seer, and Silas, in his arrogance, had mistaken her visions for weakness. From the recovered sketchbook of Eliza Vaughan, found tucked behind a loose brick in the manor's cellar, water-stained but legible. April 3rd. Silas has built another device, a harmonic resonator, he calls it. Claims it can isolate the frequency of joy from that of sorrow in a human voice. I asked him why one would wish to separate them. He looked at me as if I'd spoken in tongues. "Because sorrow distorts," he said. "It clouds the signal." But sorrow is the signal, Silas. It tells us what matters. Tonight, I walked to the river. The current whispered my name, not in warning, in welcome. It knows I listen. April 17th, I recorded my voice for him today. "A keepsake," I said, smiling. He kissed my forehead and returned to his workshop before the wax had cooled. But I did not speak of lilacs or love. I spoke of the bank crumbling, of the earth sighing beneath my feet, of the way the water reaches up, not down. Let him hear it when I'm gone. Let him finally listen. May 1st, the river dreams grow stronger. Last night, I stood knee-deep in its current, clothed in white, and watched Silas through the window of his study. He saw me fall. He did not move. And in the dream, I forgave him. But dreams lie. May 2nd, I made a new recording. This time, I gouged the wax with my fingernail, where the truth must cut deepest. Let the static be the sound of his conscience tearing open. If he repairs it with his blood, as I suspect he will, then his guilt will bind us forever. Good. Journal of Mr. Alistair Finch. Continued October 19th. I returned to the manor today, driven by a compulsion I cannot name. The groundskeeper's daughter, a girl of 16 named Lila, met me at the gate. She's the last soul who dares walk the property, tending the overgrown garden. For Miss Eliza's sake, she says. She comes back, Lila told me, braiding a strand of river reed between her fingers. Not as a ghost. Ghosts are loud. She comes as silence. You'll be talking, and suddenly, the birds stop. The wind holds its breath. That's her. I asked if she'd ever seen Silas after Eliza's death. Once, she said, eyes downcast. 3 nights before he vanished. He stood at the riverbank in his nightshirt, barefoot in the mud. He kept saying, "I'm listening now, I'm listening." Then he knelt and pressed his ear to the water. When he stood, his cheek was streaked with black mud and tears. She paused, then added softly, "He looked like a man who'd finally heard the thing he'd spent his life trying not to hear." Her words clung to me as I re-entered the attic. This time, I brought a candle. The air was colder, the scent of lilacs sharper, and on the workbench, where I'd left only scattered gears, I found a single sheet of paper, covered in Silas's cramped script. It appears to be the final entry he never finished. The resonance clarifier was never meant to summon her. It was meant to silence her. But sound cannot be silenced, only transformed. And guilt, I have learned, is the purest frequency of all. It resonates through bone, through wire, through wax. It does not decay. It amplifies. Last night, I dreamt I was the cylinder. Eliza's voice carved into me, groove by groove, and Silas, no, I lowered the needle again and again, each pass deepening the wound, each playback a fresh flaying. I woke with wax in my hair. The house breathes my name. The river answers. There's only one way to end the recording, become the silence it seeks. I go to her now, not as penitent, not as lover, but as echo. Let the river take what it is owed. Below this, scrawled in a shakier hand, she is not in the water. She is the water. Journal of Mr. Alistair Finch, continued October 21st. I have not slept. Not truly. Each night I wake at 3:17 a.m., the hour stamped on Vaughan's recovered pocket watch, to the sound of dripping, not from the pipes, from the safe. I press my ear to its cold metal and hear it, the faint, rhythmic plink, plink, plink of water falling into stillness. Last night, I opened the safe. The lead-lined box sat undisturbed. But when I lifted the lid, the cylinder was damp, not with condensation, with river water, and wrapped around its base, like a ribbon, was a single strand of white lilac, impossibly fresh. I should have destroyed it then, cast it into the furnace at the ironworks, as I first intended. But something stayed my hand. Perhaps it was curiosity. Perhaps it was the same fatal fascination that doomed Silas. I carried the cylinder home. Tonight, I placed it upon my own Edison machine, a gift from my father, unused for years. My hands shook as I wound the spring, not from fear, but from a terrible gnawing hope that I might hear her, that I might understand. The needle descended. At first, only hiss, then a voice. Not Eliza's, not Silas's, mine, speaking words I have never uttered aloud. You knew the will was forged. You knew Mrs. Vaughan's sister contested it, but you accepted Vaughan's payment anyway. You buried the evidence. You called it professional discretion. You called it pragmatism, but it was silence, and silence is complicity. I wrench the cylinder free, my breath ragged. My sins are mundane compared to Silas's, yet the machine knew them. How? Unless the cylinder does not play recordings. It plays confessions. Not what was said, but what was hidden. I sit now in my study, the cylinder on the desk before me gleaming like an eye. Outside, the wind has stilled. The clock on the mantel has stopped. Even the coal in the grate has ceased its crackling. And I realize with dawning horror, I am no longer the solicitor cataloging a tragedy. I am its next subject. Final entry, October 22nd. I have made my decision. I will return the cylinder to the attic, not to destroy it. Destruction is a form of denial, and denial is what fed this horror in the first place. No, I will place it back upon the broken phonograph, exactly as I found it. Let it rest in the silence it was made for. But first, I must record my own truth. I have taken a blank wax cylinder from my father's collection. I speak into the horn now, my voice raw with shame. My name is Alistair Finch. I profited from grief. I chose convenience over justice. And when I stood in that attic, I did not see a madman's ruin. I saw a mirror. I am watching, and I am guilty. I seal the cylinder in wax. I will leave it beside Eliza's. Perhaps one day another will find it, another listener, another sinner. Let them hear what we could not say in life. Let them learn that some silences are not empty. They are waiting, postscript, found, tucked inside the solicitor's journal, unsigned. The river does not drown the guilty. It drowns the silent. Speak, and you may be saved. Stay quiet, and the wax will grow in your throat. The Maelstrom of Memory. The past does not merely whisper to the present. It is a constant, low hum beneath the surface of things, a vibration felt only by those who know how to listen. For Professor Alistair Finch, it was a symphony to which he had attuned his entire existence. The cacophony of the modern world was an irritant to be avoided. He preferred the clear, if mournful, voices of the dead. Their stories were complete, their fates sealed. One could study them with the dispassionate precision of a surgeon examining a specimen, without the messy complication of a future yet unwritten. His sanctuary was a gaunt, three-story house of weathered gray shingles that clung with a kind of grim tenacity to the edge of a cliff overlooking the North Atlantic. The town below was often obscured by a perpetual shroud of sea fog. To Alistair, this isolation was not a punishment, but a prerequisite. The house was a vessel, and he its solitary captain, sailing the silent seas of history. His study, which occupied the entire top floor, was the ship's great cabin. It was a landscape of paper and leather, a massive partner's desk, its surface a palimpsest of ink blots, water rings, and the ghostly impressions of countless documents, stood as his command table. The air was a potent brew of aromas, the sweet, fungal scent of decaying paper, the sharp, clean smell of India ink, and the ever-present briny tang of the sea. It was here, on an afternoon so thick with gray mist that it blurred the line between day and night, that the package arrived. A stout, taciturn fisherman from the village paid a few coins for the errand, deposited the heavy, unmarked wooden box on his doorstep. Alistair brought the box inside, his heart beating a quiet, anticipatory rhythm. He carried it to his study and placed it on the clear space he had ritualistically cleared on his desk. The box was plain, secured with coarse, tarred twine. There was no return address, only a blurred postmark from a distant foreign port. This was the artifact promised by the lawyer's letters, the culmination of weeks of cryptic correspondence, and a retainer fee so generous it had felt like a dream. The lawyer, a Mr. Threadneedle of Threadneedle & Sons, had been impeccably professional and utterly opaque. His client, a descendant of the original owner of the schooner Usher, wished for a definitive account of the vessel's final, ill-fated voyage. The family sought closure, the letter stated, on a tragedy that had haunted them for generations. The fee offered was more than Alistair could earn in 5 years of lecturing and publishing. It was a sum that guaranteed a decade of this beautiful, isolated scholarship. He had accepted without a moment's hesitation. Now, with the reverence of an acolyte handling a holy relic, he took a brass letter opener and sliced through the twine. The lid came away to reveal a bed of fragrant wood shavings. Nestled within was the object of his commission, the logbook of the Usher. It was heavier than he expected, a substantial folio volume bound in leather that was stained a dark, bruised purple by salt and time. The metal clasp was a tarnished silver, wrought in the shape of a stylized wave, and it was rusted fast. A small, tarnished key lay atop the shavings. With a hand that trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the pure, sharp thrill of the historian, he inserted the key. It turned with a gritty, resonant click that seemed to echo in the silent room. He opened the cover. The first page was a masterpiece of order. The handwriting was a flawless copperplate, each letter formed with elegant precision, the ink a faded but still legible brown. September 3rd, 1888, 40-15 N, 70-30 Bord. A fair wind from the southwest, all hands in good spirits. Our course is set for the Azores, the schooner Usher proving as stout and willing a vessel as her namesake. God willing, a prosperous voyage. Captain Absalom Vane. Alistair traced the flourish of the signature with a pale finger. He could feel the ghost of the man's character in that script, confident, meticulous, a master of his domain. He felt an immediate and profound sympathy. Here was a man like himself, a cartographer of certainty navigating a known world. Vane had his charts and sextant. Alistair had his documents and critical eye. They were both pilots in their respective realms. He read for hours as the gray light at the window faded into utter blackness. The entries were blessedly mundane. Repairs to a frayed topsail, a course correction for a contrary wind, a midday sighting of a pod of sperm whales, their spouts like geysers on the horizon. It was the dull poetry of a well-ordered voyage. He transcribed them into his own leather-bound notebook, his neat, precise script forming a parallel record to the captain's. It was only when he finally leaned back, his spine protesting with a series of sharp cracks, that he became aware of a sound that had been lurking beneath his concentration. A soft, persistent drip, drip, drip from the kitchen sink downstairs. He had heard it 1,000 times before, a minor, irritating leak he had been meaning to fix. But now, after hours immersed in the rhythmic lapping of water against a wooden hull, the sound seemed transformed. It was no longer a drip. It was a slap, the insistent, rhythmic slap of small waves against the Usher's copper-clad prow. He shook his head, a faint, self-deprecating smile touching his thin lips. Fatigue, the power of suggestion. He was merely too deep inside the narrative, a common hazard of the trade. He closed the logbook, the rusted clasp groaning like a tired soul, and decided a walk in the bracing night air was the perfect antidote to this momentary fancy. A return to the solid, unyielding reality of the present. The following days settled into a rhythm that Alistair found deeply satisfying. Mornings were dedicated to his lesser obligations. But as the afternoon light began to fail, and the fog coiled itself ever tighter around the house, he would turn to the log of the usher. It became his secret vice, his nightly rendezvous with the past. The entries progressed with a stately pace. The weather turned. Captain Vane's flawless script began to show the first, almost imperceptible, signs of strain. October 17th, 1888. The fog has not lifted for 3 days. It is a peculiar fog, unlike any I have encountered, dense as wool and preternaturally silent. It seems to swallow all sound but the incessant, damned creaking of the ship's timbers. The men are uneasy. First Mate Higgs reports whispers among them, talk of a stillness that listens. Superstitious nonsense, of course, but it wears on the nerves. Alistair found himself nodding in agreement, a sense of camaraderie with this long-dead seaman. Superstition was the rot that weakened a crew's discipline. He admired Vane's steadfast rationality. It was on the third night of this new routine that the past intruded, not from the logbook, but from the deeper vaults of his own memory. He had closed the book and was staring into the fire, the image of the steadfast Captain Vane lingering in his mind. And then, as it often did in moments of quiet, the thought of her surfaced. Ilara. It had been 2 years since the consumption had taken her. 2 years since the sound of her voice had faded from the world. He had a photograph on the mantelpiece, but it was a silent, frozen thing. What he longed for, what he would have given his soul to recover, was the sound of her singing. She had been an amateur soprano, her voice not professionally powerful, but possessed of a crystalline clarity that could fill their small parlor with pure, effortless beauty. He had tried to capture it. He had owned an early phonograph, a primitive thing with wax cylinders. He had begged her to sing into the horn just once to preserve it. But she had laughed, a sound like bells, and refused. "It would trap the soul of the song, Alistair," she had said. "A voice is for the moment, not for a tin box." Now, the moment was gone forever. He strained, squeezing his eyes shut, trying to conjure the exact timbre of her voice, singing the simple folk song she loved. But it was useless. The memory was a ghost, a silhouette without substance. The harder he grasped for it, the more it receded, until all he could hear was the blood pounding in his own ears and the incessant mocking drip from the kitchen below. A profound loneliness, colder than the sea fog, washed over him. He was a preserver of histories, yet he had failed to preserve the only history that had ever truly mattered. He looked at the logbook on the desk. In its pages, Captain Vane's voice was preserved. His thoughts, his fears, his very essence was trapped in ink, safe from the erosion of time. There was a terrible, seductive power in that. A second chance. He could preserve this story. He could ensure that Vane and his crew were not lost to silence. In a world that had taken Ilara's voice, he could at least save this one. This newfound, desperate purpose forged a deeper, more personal connection to the log. He was no longer just a historian. He was a fellow preserver, a guardian against the void. October the 29th, 1888. A strange occurrence last night. The lookout, a reliable man named Davies, swore he saw a light in the fog, a lantern on a vessel that paced us yet made no sound. We signaled. No response. When the fog broke for a moment at dawn, the sea was empty to the horizon. I have logged it as a trick of the light, a mirage born of fatigue in this interminable gray, but Davies is shaken. The mood aboard is sour, the silence heavy. As Alistair read this entry, a sudden, inexplicable chill passed through the room. The fire in the grate guttered and sank as if doused by an invisible hand. He looked up from the page. The shadows in the corners of his study seemed to have deepened. He had the distinct, unsettling impression that something had just passed by the half-open door to the hallway. He rose, his legs feeling unaccountably weak, and crossed the room. The hallway was empty, a dark tunnel leading to the sleeping quarters. Foolishness, he muttered to himself. He returned to his desk, but the cozy, scholarly atmosphere was gone, replaced by a watchful tension. Later that night, as he prepared for bed, the first true breach occurred. He was washing his face in the small, cold bathroom. As he reached for the towel, he caught his reflection in the speckled mirror. For a fraction of a second, a fleeting image superimposed over his own gaunt features, a face with a strong, weathered jaw, a neatly trimmed beard shot through with gray, and eyes wide with desperate resolve. It was the face from the daguerreotype. Captain Absalom Vane. Alistair stumbled back, his breath catching in his throat. He blinked, and his own terrified reflection stared back. A waking dream. He had been spending too many hours in the company of the dead. He needed rest. But as he lay in the dark, the house groaning around him, he could not escape the feeling. The face in the mirror had not looked like a phantom. It had looked present. And the drip from the kitchen sink no longer sounded like waves. It sounded like the slow, measured ticking of a clock, counting down. The incident with the mirror marked a turning point. The following week was a study in creeping disquiet. Alistair's sleep became a treacherous landscape of fragmented visions, the feel of coarse, wet rope, the taste of salt pork. He would wake with a start, his mouth tasting of the ocean, his sheets damp with a cold sweat that smelled of low tide. He tried to armor himself with rationality. He responded by doubling down on his work, but now his approach changed. It was no longer mere transcription. It became an autopsy. He was no longer reading a log. He was dissecting a corpse. He began a new, more intense phase of examination. He laid out his tools: a magnifying glass, a set of brass calipers, clean sheets of blotting paper. He started again from the beginning, but now his focus was on the physicality of the book itself. He noted how the paper quality changed subtly after the first month. It was slightly rougher, more porous, as if supplied from a different source or affected by the damp air. He measured the flow of ink from one entry to the next, deducing that Vane had sharpened his quill with meticulous care on September 28th, the lines becoming finer and more precise. But by October 10th, a faint tremor was detectable, not in the words, but in the very flow of the ink. A minute, almost imperceptible waver on the downstrokes of the Y's and G's. It was the first physical symptom of the captain's unease, a tremor in the hand that preceded the tremor in the prose. He found a pressed flower, a small, faded sprig of sea lavender, between the pages of an entry dated mid-October. Had Vane placed it there? A memento of a last sight of land? Or was it a later addition, a pathetic attempt by a grieving relative to inject a note of beauty into the gathering horror? Alistair spent an hour sketching it in the margin of his own notebook, obsessing over its possible meaning. Then there were the stains. Most were simple water spots, but one, a rust-colored bloom near an entry from late October, captivated him. He sniffed it, a faint metallic odor. Was it tea? Wine? Or was it, as his macabre imagination suggested, a drop of blood, flicked from a hand cracked by cold and tension? He transcribed the adjacent text with extra care, as if the stain held the key to its meaning. The men grow sullen. A minor altercation over rations today. Jenkins struck Miller. The air is thick with a discontent that has no single source. He was building a case, not for a court of law, but for the court of his own mind. He was proving, through tangible evidence, the slow descent of the usher from a functioning vessel into a floating asylum. And with every piece of evidence catalogued, every minute detail recorded, he felt himself sinking deeper into the narrative. He wasn't just observing the storm, he was calibrating his own instruments to measure its approach. The hallucinations, once fleeting, began to solidify alongside his research. The smell of salt became a constant companion. He saw from the corner of his eye a figure standing motionless in the hallway, a tall, gaunt shape in a dark, dripping coat. He named it the Captain. Alistair's own demeanor began to mirror the decay he was documenting. He neglected his appearance. His meals tasted of brine. He muttered arguments with the logbook. "It was a squall, man," he snapped one evening, jabbing a finger at a despairing entry. "A freak of meteorology, not a curse." But his voice sounded reedy and desperate. The rational world was receding. He was no longer just studying the descent into madness. He was conducting a joint experiment with the past, and the results were becoming alarmingly personal. The logbook was no longer a document. It was a live feed from a sinking ship, and he was not just the receiver. He was now a participant in the experiment. The hallucinations were no longer mere interruptions. They were becoming the very fabric of his existence. The smell of salt and decay was a constant presence, a miasma he carried in his nostrils and lungs. A dank, penetrating chill, the cold of deep ocean trenches, had seeped into his clothes, his bones. The figure of the Captain was now a regular occupant of the peripheral shadows, a silent, dripping sentinel whose presence was felt more than seen. His larder, never well stocked, was now nearly bare. The last of the bread was a hard, mold-flecked brick. The tea leaves were dust. The practical need for sustenance finally overpowered his desire to remain sequestered with the logbook. With great reluctance, he decided he must venture down to the village. The journey was a shock to his system. As he stepped out of his front door, the daylight, though filtered through the ever-present fog, felt assaultively bright. The path down the cliff, once familiar, seemed alien and treacherous, the gull's cries like the shrieks of tortured souls. He felt unmoored, a deep-sea creature dragged to the surface, his senses raw and overwhelmed. The village, when he reached it, was a tableau of jarring normalcy. The air smelled of fresh baked bread and smoked fish, a stark, almost offensive contrast to the funereal odor of his study. The sounds were a cacophony. The clatter of a cart on the cobblestones, the boisterous laughter from the open door of the public house, the cheerful call of a fishmonger. He saw faces, red-cheeked, robust, concerned with the price of mackerel and the mending of nets. They were the faces of men who lived in the present, whose world was solid, tangible, defined by the catch of the day and the turning of the tides in a literal, not a metaphysical sense. He moved among them like a ghost. He received nods, but they were cautious, accompanied by averted eyes. He was the professor from the cliff, a figure of pity and suspicion. Children would stop their games to stare at his gaunt frame and too pale face before being hurried away by their mothers. In the general store, the shopkeeper, a Mr. Dobbs, took his order for basic provisions with a brisk, impersonal efficiency. "Fog's been particular thick, Professor," Dobbs remarked, weighing out tea. "Here it's worse up on the height." Alistair merely nodded, his throat tight. He could not explain that the fog he inhabited was not outside his window, but inside his mind. He could not describe the silence that listened, or the figure in the dripping coat. To these people, such things were the stuff of superstitious gossip, not daily reality. Their world had walls, and those walls were solid. His were dissolving. As he stood waiting, his eyes fell upon a group of old sailors mending nets by the wharf. They were talking, their voices a low rumble. For a wild, disorienting moment, Alistair didn't hear English. He heard the guttural, panicked whispers from the logbook, the mutterings of the usher's crew. He saw not the grizzled but contented faces of retired seamen, but the fear-widened eyes of men staring into an abyss. He had to look away, his heart hammering. The walk back up the cliff was an ordeal. Each step away from the vibrant, noisy village felt like a descent into a deeper, more profound silence. The basket of provisions in his hand felt absurd, a token from a world that was no longer his. By the time his house came into view, a dark shape in the fog, the sounds of the village had faded completely, replaced by the oppressive quiet and the now audible sound of the waves crashing below, waves that now sounded like hungry mouths. He practically fled inside, slamming the door shut against the world. Leaning against it, gasping for breath, he felt a perverse sense of relief. The village, with its brutal, simple reality, had been the true nightmare. This, the silent, watching house, the waiting logbook, this was his sanctuary. This was where the real work was being done. The foray into the world of the living had not grounded him. It had severed his last, tenuous connection to it. He was now fully a citizen of the Usher, and its port of call was his study. He did not even unpack the groceries. He went straight to his desk, his hands shaking as he opened the logbook. The entries had grown darker, more fragmented. November the 5th, 1888. The silence is the worst of it. This damned fog is a pall, muffling everything. A man can shout from the bow and his voice is deadened, swallowed whole before it reaches the stern. The men go about their duties with a sullen, watchful fear. They claim to hear things, voices in the fog that are not ours, that call their names in the tones of loved ones. I have ordered double watches, though for what purpose I cannot say. What enemy can one fight but the air itself? As Alistair read this, a profound and absolute silence descended upon his own house. The usual nocturnal chorus was extinguished. The only sound was the frantic scratching of his own pen. He stopped, holding his breath. The silence was not empty. It was thick, expectant. It was the very silence Vane described. He pushed back from his desk and strode to the window, throwing it open. The fog poured in, carrying the rich, fecund stench of a beach at low tide. It was overpowering, cloying. He slammed the window shut, his heart hammering. This was no longer suggestion. This was a sensory assault. He turned back to his study, and his eyes fell upon a dark patch on the faded green rug near the fireplace. It was a wet patch, roughly the size and shape of a man lying prone. As he stared, it seemed to darken, a glistening dampness spreading through the fibers. He could smell the salt water on it. "No," he whispered, closing his eyes tightly. "It is a shadow." He counted to 10. When he opened his eyes, the patch was gone. The rug was dry. But the phantom smell of the sea lingered, a taunt. The world of the village was a distant dream. The world of the Usher was the only reality. The logbook's final, frantic pages were a descent into pure, unvarnished chaos. The elegant script of Captain Vane disintegrated into a frantic, spidery scrawl, the ink blotted and smeared. Then, other hands began to intrude upon the record, the shaky, block-like letters of a terrified sailor, the manic, ink-splattered scratches of the first mate. It was a cacophony of panic, a chorus of unraveling minds, an entry in an unknown hand, the water in the barrels. It tastes of salt, even the fresh. It all tastes of the sea. Cook says the biscuits are soft, damp. It is getting inside. The ship is weeping. A sketch, crude and terrifying, filled the next page. It depicted a crewman with wide, empty circles for eyes and a mouth open in a silent scream. Most horrifying were the dark, tentacular shapes emerging from his sleeves and collar. Vane's hand, but barely legible. Higgs is gone. Not overboard, not sick, just gone from his bunk. The men say they saw him rise and walk into the fog on the deck. They say the fog spoke to him with their voices. God help us. The silence has learned to speak. It is learning our voices. Alistair read these entries in a state of feverish, sleep-deprived exhaustion. Time had become soft and malleable. The world outside his window had ceased to exist. There was only the fog and the four walls of his study, which felt less like a room and more like a ship's cabin, adrift on a ghostly sea. The hallucinations were now his primary reality. He read an entry describing a sailor's consumptive cough. Immediately, a tickle formed in Alistair's own throat. It grew into a hack, then a racking, convulsive cough that bent him double over the desk, his lungs burning as if he'd inhaled salt water. He could taste the coppery tang of blood. The house itself had become the usher. The groaning of its timbers was the agonized protest of a ship's hull. The wind whistling through a cracked window became the shriek of a gale through rigging. He found himself bracing against the floor when a gust hit, expecting the world to tilt. One night, the storm broke inside his mind. He was reading the final, coherent entry from Vane. It is not a storm without. It is a storm within. The sea, it is not water. It is a mind. A vast, cold, ancient mind that knows nothing of us but is suddenly, terribly aware. And it has turned its attention upon us. We are not sinking. We are being known, studied. And in the knowing, we are unmade. Our thoughts are not our own. The maelstrom is not in the ocean. It is in the soul. It is the vortex that opens when a small mind is touched by an infinite one. As he read these words, a sound began. It started as a low moan but swelled into a deafening, mind-shattering roar. The sound of a hurricane, of waves crashing, of a ship being torn apart. The oil lamp on his desk flickered wildly before dying, plunging the study into absolute blackness. Alistair cried out, his voice lost. He stumbled from his chair, the floor lurching violently, sending him sprawling against a bookcase. Volumes rained down upon him. He crawled through the darkness, the howling wind of physical pressure. He was on the deck of the usher. He felt the sting of spray, the slippery wetness of the planks. Through the chaos, he saw the captain clearly. Absalom Vane, braced at the far end of the room, his face a mask of terrified resignation, staring into the abyss. "Vane!" Alistair screamed. "What must I do?" The figure turned its head slowly. Their eyes met, and Alistair knew a thought, implanted directly into his consciousness. Finish the log. Complete the record. It is the only way. Then, silence. The storm ceased. The lights did not come back on, but a faint, phosphorescent glow seemed to emanate from the walls. Alistair was on his hands and knees, surrounded by wreckage, trembling uncontrollably. The phantom of Vane was gone, but the command remained burning in his brain. Finish the log. He knew then, with absolute certainty, that the story of the usher had been waiting for him. The historian was to become the final chapter. The storm had passed, but the sea change within Alistair Finch was total and irreversible. The frantic, animal energy of terror had burned itself out, leaving behind a cold, hollow, and eerily lucid calm. The hallucinations did not cease. They simply became the accepted parameters of his new reality. The salt rime that now seemed to perpetually coat the windows was a fact of his environment. The constant, low groan of the ship's, no, the house's timbers, was the fundamental soundtrack of existence. The line between scholar and subject had not just blurred, it had been annihilated. He was a component of the narrative now, a final, necessary entry waiting to be inscribed. He moved through the wreckage of his study with a somnambulist's grace, his movements slow and deliberate. The fallen books were flotsam on the deck. The inkwell spilled across his desk was a dark sea chart of some unknown ocean. His own body felt alien, a vessel operated by a distant, implacable will. The face that stared back from the dark, salt-clouded glass of the window was not his own. It was a palimpsest, his own gaunt features etched like a faint transparency over the grim, weather-beaten visage of Absalom Vane. They were co-captains of this damned voyage, their identities merging into a single, doomed consciousness. The command echoed in the hollows of his mind, a fixed star in his spinning universe, the only point of clarity left. Finish the log. He understood now, with a clarity that transcended thought. The usher had not been destroyed by a physical whirlpool or a rogue wave. It had been unmade by a truth too vast and alien for the human mind to hold. The sea was not a thing of water and salt. It was a consciousness, ancient, patient, and utterly indifferent. It had, for a fleeting moment, turned its attention to the tiny, thinking organism that was the schooner Usher. The weight of that attention had been a psychic gravity, an intellectual pressure that had pulled the crew's sanity into a crushing singularity of madness. The logbook was not merely a record. It was a conduit, a focal point. And in his obsessive empathy, his scholarly desire to not just know but to feel the past, Alistair had reopened the channel. He had offered up his own mind as a laboratory. He was not being haunted. He was being assimilated. The sea was completing its experiment. He righted his chair and sat before the logbook. It lay open on the desk, the final, blank page a stark and accusing expanse of vellum. This, he saw now, was the purpose of his life's work, his isolation, his innate melancholy. He had been groomed for this, shaped by loss and a preference for the dead, to become the final witness. The sea, through the log, sought to know itself through a human mind one last time, to complete the data set it had begun a century prior. He was the control, the man on land, and the result was the same. The conclusion was inevitable. His hand, when he reached for his pen, did not tremble. It felt strong, sure, calloused, as if it had spent years gripping a ship's wheel against the pull of the tide. He dipped the nib not into his own bottle of modern blue ink, but into a crusted well of thick black India ink he had found in a drawer, its consistency resembling the ancient entries of the past. He did not think of words. They came unbidden, rising from the deep well of shared memory that now flooded his psyche. It was Vane's voice, his own voice, the voices of the crew, all synthesized into one final despairing report to a cosmos that would not, could not care. The final latitude is that of the soul. We have sailed beyond the maps, beyond the very stars that once guided us. The enemy was not the storm, but the silence that preceded it, a silence that contemplated us, that found us interesting. He wrote with a swift, sure hand, the script a perfect, uncanny replica of Vane's early precision, yet charged with a terrible final certainty. The men were not lost to the waves. They were unknitted, their thoughts unraveled like old rope, their fears given form and substance. Higgs saw his drowned father beckoning from the fog and walked into his arms. Others simply ceased to be, their minds unable to bear the pressure of being known by something so vast. It is a cosmological indifference, a curiosity that destroys. A drop of moisture fell from his forehead, spotting the page. It was not sweat. It was seawater, cold and briny. He could feel the deck tilting beneath him, a slow, sickening roll. The air in the room grew heavy and cold, the pressure changing as if he were descending into the depths. The Maelstrom is not a place. It is a state of understanding. It is the realization that we are not the observers of the abyss, but its object. The sea does not wish to drown us. It wishes to comprehend us. And in that act of comprehension, we are extinguished. I feel it now. The cold, intellectual curiosity. It is not malice. It is simply other. To be known by it is to be dissolved. My thoughts are no longer my own. They are becoming its thoughts. My memories are becoming its data. This log is the last spark of a separate consciousness. When this entry is complete, Alistair Finch will cease to be. There will only be the knowing. He scrawled the final words, his hand shaking now, as the last, desperate vestiges of his individual self fought against the tide of the infinite. It is done. The sea has found its historian. The record is complete. He dropped the pen. It clattered onto the desk, a sound as small and insignificant as a dying man's last breath. Alistair leaned back in his chair. He felt a profound, unimaginable peace. The peace of absolute surrender. The room around him shimmered, lost its solidity. The bookshelves melted into waves of dark water. The ceiling dissolved into a sky of churning, starless black. The cold was inside him now, filling him. And it was not unpleasant. It was the end of struggle, the end of loneliness, the end of self. The last thing he saw was the phantom of Captain Vane standing across from him. But the figure was no longer separate. It smiled, a sad, understanding smile that held a universe of sorrow, and then stepped forward, merging into him. They were one. The cycle was closed. The data was recorded. A final, clear, singular thought echoed in the vanishing chamber of his mind, a thought that belonged to both of them and to neither. I have charted the final latitude. The abyss is not below, but within. Then there was only the silent, infinite, knowing sea. 3 weeks passed. In the village below the cliffs, life continued with the stolid rhythm of a place accustomed to the sea's fickle moods. The fog came and went. Boats went out and, God willing, returned. The strange professor in the house on the cliff was largely forgotten, a peripheral figure at best. But for the landlord, a practical, unsentimental man named Gerald Henderson, the professor had become an irritation. The quarterly rent was 7 days overdue, and no response had come to the discreet note he had slipped under the door. On a morning that dawned with unusual clarity, the sky a hard, brilliant blue, Henderson decided to act. He trudged up the winding, overgrown path to the house, a formal notice of eviction crisp in his hand. The place had always gave him a queer feeling, even on a day like this. It wasn't just the isolation. It was the profound quiet that seemed to emanate from it, a stillness that felt less like absence and more like a held breath. Today, that silence was absolute. No smoke curled from the chimney. The windows were dark, blank eyes staring out at the sea. The vibrant blue of the sky seemed to stop at the property line, as if repelled by the gray shingles. He knocked sharply on the heavy oak door, the sound flat and dead, swallowed by the wood. No answer. He tried the brass knob. It turned easily in his hand. Unlocked. The smell that hit him as he pushed the door open was a physical blow. It was the stench of the ocean at its most primordial, not the fresh, salty air of the harbor, but the foul, choking odor of a tide pool left to bake in the sun, of rotting kelp, of shellfish corpses, and beneath it all, a sharp, metallic tang like old blood. It was a smell that had no business inside a human dwelling. "Professor Finch," he called out, his voice strained. The word professor echoed faintly in the narrow entrance hall, but Finch died in the thick air. No response, save for the frantic, sudden ticking of the grandfather clock at the foot of the stairs, as if startled into action by his intrusion. The lower floor was neat, but oppressively still. A fine layer of dust had settled on the hall table. The kitchen was clean, but cold. The real source of the odor was upstairs. It pulled him upward, a foul tide. He pushed open the door to the study and stopped short, his jaw going slack with a mixture of revulsion and disbelief. The room was a shambles. Books were strewn across the floor as if by a great, careless hand. A heavy armchair was overturned. A reading lamp lay on its side, its glass shade shattered. But it was the state of the room itself that was truly horrifying. Every surface was covered in a white, crystalline crust. It coated the bookshelves like frost, glittered on the windowsills, and lay in drifts across the desk. Henderson reached out a tentative finger and touched the stuff on the doorframe. It was coarse and sharp. Salt. It was as if the room had been submerged in seawater and then left to evaporate, leaving the ocean's residue behind. The air was so saturated with it that it dried the back of his throat. In the center of this bizarre, frozen wreckage, the great mahogany desk stood like an altar. Upon it, isolated in a circle of relative order, lay a single open book, the famous logbook, he presumed, the one the professor had gone on about in his rare, excited visits to the village post office. Henderson approached, his boots crunching unnaturally loud on the salty floorboards. The logbook was open to the final pages. The left-hand page was filled with the frantic, deteriorating script of a madman from a century past, a chaotic scrawl of terror that was barely legible. The right-hand page, which should have been blank, was not. On it, in a hand that was neat, precise, and chillingly familiar. Henderson had seen the professor's elegant script on rental agreements and various forms, was a fresh entry. The ink was a deep, recent black, stark against the yellowed vellum. It consisted of a single, stark sentence, written with an air of absolute, unshakable finality that made the landlord's blood run cold. He was not a man of letters. He did not understand the metaphysical horror behind the words, but he understood desolation. He understood a farewell. This was not a note. It was an epitaph. He backed out of the room, a cold sweat beading on his forehead despite the chill. He stumbled down the stairs, the eviction notice fluttering from his numb fingers onto the hall floor. He burst out into the clean, bright air, gasping as if he'd been drowning. He leaned against the side of the house, the solid wood a reassurance, and vomited onto the grass. The authorities were summoned. The local constable, a man named Evans, arrived with a deputy. They were met by Henderson, pale and shaken, on the path. Their initial skepticism vanished the moment they crossed the threshold and smelled the air. The investigation that followed was swift and suffused with a deep, unspoken unease. They found no sign of a struggle, no evidence of foul play. Professor Alistair Finch's heavy wool coat still hung on the rack. His wallet, containing a respectable sum of money, was on his bedside table. His suitcase was in the closet. It was as if he had simply vaporized from the center of that salt-crusted study. The official conclusion, dictated by a need for order and a fear of the inexplicable, was presumed lost at sea. It was the only explanation that fit, however imperfectly. A tragic accident for a man known to be eccentric and to walk the cliffs at all hours. The case was closed. The logbook of the usher was catalogued, placed in an evidence box, and eventually returned to the lawyers at Threadneedle and Sons. Its final, mysterious entry was noted as a curiosity, a subject of macabre gossip before being forgotten. The leading theory was that the disturbed professor had forged it as a final, dramatic gesture before taking his own life. Weeks later, in his London office, Mr. Threadneedle received the package containing the logbook. He followed his client's precise instructions, forwarding it to a numbered postal box in a distant, fog-bound coastal town. Not the one where Professor Finch had lived, but another, equally desolate. The task was distasteful, but the fee had been more than generous. A few days after, a reply arrived at Threadneedle's office. It was not a letter, but a single sheet of heavy, water-stained parchment, sealed with a blob of dark wax that bore no imprint. Inside, in a handwriting that was fluid, ancient, and utterly alien, was a single sentence of thanks. The ink was a peculiar iridescent black, and the paper was damp to the touch, carrying a faint, unmistakable smell of salt and the deep, deep sea. Mr. Threadneedle read the note, his professional composure cracking for a single, unguarded moment. A shiver, completely unrelated to the draft in his office, passed through him. He quickly folded the parchment, locked it in his safe, and tried to put the entire unsettling affair and the fate of the peculiar Professor Finch out of his mind forever. But sometimes, on foggy nights, Gerald Henderson would stand at his own window and look up at the dark outline of the house on the cliff, and he would remember, with a clarity that never faded, the absolute certainty in that freshly inked sentence. It was not the writing of a suicidal man. It was the writing of a man who had already ceased to exist, penning a message from the other side of a terrible threshold, for the sole purpose of completing a story that had been waiting 100 years for its end. The sentence read, "The sea has found its historian. The record is complete.